Night had fallen over Shinya County, and the Zheng family estate was shrouded in darkness. In a small room, a flickering oil lamp cast a faint, weak light. The doctor sat pensively, carefully taking the pulse of a young child. After a thorough examination, he sighed heavily. Zheng Daming stood nearby, his heart consumed by anxiety. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor looked at him, his eyes filled with sympathy, and replied slowly, "I'm afraid this child will not live past the age of 20. His constitution has been weak since birth." Hearing this, Zheng Daming was stunned into silence, his ears ringing. He stood there, frozen for a long moment, then whispered, his voice full of anguish, "Could this be retribution? Because his birth caused his mother to pass away?" The doctor frowned slightly, not answering immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with reproach. "How can you say such bitter words? In front of your own child?" Zheng Daming remained silent. His gaze was fixed on the child, lying weakly on the bed. Lying motionless on the bed, the physician, with a grave expression, continued, "I've practiced medicine for many years, and I've seen many severe illnesses, but this child's case is very peculiar. The Baihui acupoint on the top of his head is abnormally open. This closely resembles an ancient ailment called the 9 severed meridians." Hearing this, Zhang Damyang asked in surprise, "The Baihui acupoint is the one on top of the head?" He nodded, his gaze sharp. "Yes, if the Baihui acupoint is too open, it leads to an early death. People often call it ascension." The two sat facing each other in direct conversation. "You mean ascension to immortality? Isn't that the realm achieved by enlightened Taoist masters, ascending to the immortal realm? How can you believe such nonsense?" The physician pointed to his own forehead, explaining, "You must have heard of some supreme masters who utilize the upper dantian on their head. That is precisely using the Baihui acupoint." He tried to explain further, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and finally unable to withstand it, passing away. People call it ascension through feathered transformation. Zhang Damayong, upon hearing this, was stunned into silence, frozen stiff. He was speechless, utterly dumbfounded. He kept staring at the innocent, pure child before him. He glanced back, his gaze sharp as a knife, filled with resentment. "Indeed, it was karma," he roared at the child. "You beast! How dare you call me father?" His attitude was one of extreme anger, like a bomb about to explode. "Send the physician back. I'll have someone deliver his payment later." The physician, annoyed, left without a farewell. As he walked away, he pondered deeply. If he grows up among heretics and evil cults, he will become a heavenly demon. If he grows up in Shaolin, it will double the power of the 72 secret techniques. And yet it was born in such a remote place, abandoned and scorned by the world. The image of the child haunted the great doctor. There's no other way. It will die young in this desolate, remote place. Under the pitch-black sky, he thought to himself, unless the child realizes the truth on its own. A few years later, time flies at the Zhang family manor. Zhang Damayong stood up and declared powerfully, "Since the clan was founded by our ancestor, a disciple of the Yungnam Sword Saint sect, I have devoted all my efforts to revitalizing the family." He raised his wine glass, his voice resonant. "If we want to be renowned throughout the world, I too have inherited the secret techniques of the Yungnam sect. But how could I abandon my family's legacy? Now, my son will inherit the aspirations of our ancestors and join the Yungnam sect. I am truly delighted." Everyone is beaming, joyfully congratulating the head disciple. Cheers and congratulations fill the air. "Congratulations to the two of you on joining the Yungnam clan. We're so proud." Zhang Damon smiles brightly, filled with joy. "Let's raise our glasses." A man glances to his side, his face tense, silent as a clam. An empty chair, conspicuously vacant. Zhang Damon frowns, his displeasure evident. When he hears his son report, "Father, Yunsin hasn't arrived yet," he speaks with irritation. "I told him to stay at the training grounds." He panics, unable to contain his emotions, and shouts, "Father!" Zhang Damon sighs wearily. On a joyful day like this, it's better if he's not here, lest he bring bad luck. He ponders, his inner turmoil evident. In another room, simple, rustic. Suddenly, the young man's hair flew wildly. He closed his eyes, focusing on his cultivation. His entire body glowed, radiating an incredibly intense power. His eyes snapped open, filled with wonder and astonishment. His body blazed with a powerful, abundant inner energy. Smoke spread throughout the room. He stared intently at his hand. The young man clenched his fist, lost in thought. Finally, I've mastered Zhang family's moving skill. He was immersed in deep, questioning thoughts. Zhang family's moving skill uses inner energy to train the muscles and bones, bringing the body to its absolute peak. It can't get any stronger than this. If the body is stronger, will it live longer? He calmly and thoughtfully pondered the Zhang family's moving skill. He recalled the conversation between himself and big brother Ryan Shin. You created your own martial art? Yes, boss. It's not entirely my own creation, but a modification of our family's traditional martial arts. Yanqian replied, Yanqian, listen carefully. The boss held his head and sighed. Yes, he listened intently. It's best not to talk about this with anyone else. The boss warned, but this made him curious. Why? And just as the boss said, it was best not to speak of it. What? You created a martial art and told me to practice it? What if I suffer from chi deviation? If I die, will you take responsibility? Yanqian paused. You dare to modify our family's traditional martial arts? Are you crazy? Do you think you're a grandmaster? Not only was he scorned by his brothers, but he was also scolded by his father. And at times like these, he felt like he was falling into a silent void. Yanqian sat near the door, a sorrowful expression on his face. Grandmaster, the creator of martial arts, capable of establishing a new sect. It all sounds so distant. I never thought of becoming a grandmaster, nor did I care about creating martial arts. I just want everyone to be healthy. It's time, let's go. A senior sister walked by and called Yanqi. He was lost in thought. Where are they going? The seniors from the Yeongnam sect are arriving today, aren't they? He wore a sad look, and from the doorway, he watched the bright smiles of the students. The Yeongnam sect, one of the 9 great sects, on par with Manhwa, vying for the title of the best sect in the Northwest, the gathering place of sword immortals. I really want to meet them. A thought flashed through his mind. My mother passed away right after I was born. Could that be the reason why I'm not allowed to meet the esteemed guests of our clan? Yunsin inquired about the master's intentions. The servant replied, yes. Hearing about his father, Yunsin lowered his head. What does father mean? I apologize, third young master. The servant clasped his hands. While he remained silent, his mood sinking. His steps became heavy. It's fine from afar, but if I could meet those seniors, I could learn many valuable things. Yunsin thought. I wonder which senior it is. Could it be the cloud-soaring sword dragon? Or Elder Bay Biam? Everyone was excited. If those people came to the Zhang family estate, it would be a great honor for our clan. The group approached. Have they arrived? The masters of the Yeongnam sect have arrived. In the bustling crowd, Lu Chen quietly blended in. Her pink hair flowed freely, her wine-red shoes stood out, and the long ears of an elf were revealed. The crowd buzzed. The Songying clan, it's a Songying maiden, with shimmering blonde hair and a strikingly beautiful face. Lu Chen pondered. The Songying clan? History books describe them as a mystical race, blessed with immortality, regarded by many as divine beings. And that aura, the immense inner energy gathered within the girl's body, radiating naturally. All eyes were fixated on her. It is an honor to welcome you all to Hanman. Zhang Dimyong nervously greeted his esteemed guests. I am Zhang Dimyong, the lord of the Zhang family manor, also known as Banak. He then bowed with his hands clasped together. To be welcomed so grandly by the lord himself, I am deeply grateful. I am Na Yichin, elder of the Yeongnam clan. The young woman politely returned the greeting. Greetings, elder of the Yeongnam clan. Zhang Daemin was trembling, scared almost to the point of wetting himself. I apologize for my rudeness. He said, you don't need to be so formal. I didn't come here to show off. She replied, I was so foolish to keep the sword immortal of Yeongnam waiting. It was very rude of me. I will lead the way. Zhang Daemin continued, elder of the Yeongnam clan, is from the Min clan. May I ask how long you have lived? Yichin pondered. Yichin followed Daemin along the path. She was intrigued by the young man in the red robe. Yichin smiled. The girl was surprised, but then she also bowed in greeting, seeing Yichin's interest in his son. Daemin hurriedly introduced, everyone. He listened in amazement as she continued her introduction. This is our third young master. The more she spoke, the more affectionate and gentle she became. With a doting tone, she continued, the young master's eyes are so bright. He looks so intelligent and clever. The bearded man seemed bewildered, and he said, I'm ashamed. Our third young master is still quite lacking. The woman replied, lacking? He continued the conversation. Yes, it's quite embarrassing. He's the one who brought trouble to our clan. The woman listened silently. Having the honor of meeting the masters of the Jungnampi, my understanding has truly been enlightened. My Zhang Jiedong's martial arts have reached their peak. I'm now wondering which discipline to pursue next. He held his sword, his face radiating confidence. Observing the faint glimmer on the blade, he pondered. It seems I should try swordsmanship. This place is brimming with spiritual energy. Indeed, the Earth's energy here is so strong that even the Jiamzhong sect would covet it. You seem to be very knowledgeable about this, my lady. They will surely come here. The counterattack plan is good, but I'm still worried about the sacrifice of this family. Can't we just eliminate them before they infiltrate SAO? He thought to himself, if only it were that simple. The 13 heavens, among them, the Jiamzhong sect is the greatest enemy. She calmly took a sip of tea and said, don't underestimate them. Focus on honing your sword energy. She thought to herself, why do I keep thinking about that child from earlier? It's strange, among so many people, his image is so vividly imprinted in my mind. He truly is a peculiar child. He was practicing when suddenly his thoughts wandered. Why is my Baihui acupoint so open? Though I've been diligently focusing on training my body with the Zhang family's dynamic technique for a year without paying much attention to inner cultivation, the amount of true qi flowing through my dantian has increased significantly. At this rate, I'll lose consciousness within 5 years. So, I only have 5 years left to live? How terrifying. Even though I've mastered the Zhang family's dynamic technique, I still can't avoid this fate. Suddenly, he notices something. Evil aura. What is that evil aura? Something's not right. The closer I get, the stronger the stench of blood becomes, and it's eerily quiet. Is that a formation? Incredible. The smell of blood. This happened right inside the Zhang family manor, and I had no idea. Could it be because of an illusion formation? Only people from the Zhang family. Could they be so powerful in martial arts? There are still survivors? Where did these fools crawl out from? A mysterious group appears. He speaks. If you're alive, you should be hiding. How dare you show yourselves? Looks like your luck has run out. Kill them. It's fate. Don't blame me. Act. The group cries out in terror. The Zhang family's third young master. He glares at the people before him with a cold, piercing gaze. A murderous aura erupts. Zhang Ryanxin takes a step forward. His figure exudes an air of mystery. A burly man, muscles bulging, feels ignored and roars furiously. You brat! He channels all his strength into a furious bellow. But before he can finish his sentence, a blade flashes with blinding speed. Zhang Ryanxin doesn't say another word, just one decisive slash, and the man's head is severed from his neck. His horrified eyes remain wide open, following Zhang Ryanxin's figure before thudding to the ground. The remaining crowd turned pale. Frozen in terror, nobody dared to move. The 4 extremes scripture. Someone whispered, trembling. The sword in Zhang Ryawan's hand began to stir. Each slash was sharp and relentless, showing no mercy. Body after body fell lifelessly to the ground. The scene was drenched in blood, cruel and cold. He breathed heavily, exhausted, his eyelids drooping, whispering in a weary breath. Though today was my first time practicing speed sword, I've grasped its essence. Truly a magnificent sword technique. From a distance, a group of people suddenly appeared. They quickly approached him. The leader stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Zhang Ryawan and spoke. But that's all it is. They underestimated you. Zhang Ryawan frowned, his eyes full of questions. The other man looked at him, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips, and continued, even so, I must admit, it's quite astonishing. You've reached this level at such a young age? Could it be that you've dedicated your entire life to mastering the speed sword? He furrowed his brow, looking at them and saying, are you from the Blood Flame cult? Blood Flame cult? You don't need to know. They, relying on their numbers, became arrogant. I am a disciple of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect? And the Blood Flame cult, too. The 13 heavens. The 13 most powerful and ruthless sects in the world. Both the Blood Flame cult and the Sword Sect. 2 of the 13 heavens are here. He stood rooted to the spot and asked, why would a remote place like Xinhua County? Why would 2 sects from the 13 heavens appear here? What are you plotting? You don't need to know. The leader, seeing this, asked, you're not attacking me, and yet you're answering my questions? Could it be that you know who I am? What? He glanced at him subtly. You know, he turned his head back, looking at him and speaking. Apart from me, Wangxiang is the #1 sect in the world. So, if you kill me, even the Jiamzhong sect will have to be wary, right? He gripped his sword tightly, a surge of power causing an explosion behind them. The injured subordinate coughed up blood. He's from the Zhongnampi. From the sky, not Ilchin appeared. Elder Na Ilchin, how did the sword saint of Zhongnampi end up like this? Who is the enemy? They fearfully looked around. Who is it? From afar, a young man radiating a terrifying aura appeared. Who could emit such a terrifying, killing intent? Just looking at him makes me dizzy. As he approached, the others immediately knelt down, respectfully saying, "Sect leader, sect leader, sect leader." Na Ilchin furrowed his brow, assuming a defensive stance. So, he is the sect leader of the Jiamzhong sect, the leader of the Jiamzhong clan. One of the 13 heavens of the heretical demons, the man known as the calamity of the martial world, a peerless master on par with the leaders of the 9 great sects. Why is he here at the Zhong family manor? Well, we're all gonna die anyway, Sai. He sighed, looking up at the sky. Then let's give it a shot. They engage in a fierce battle. Until the very end, he swiftly stabbed the other guy, killing him instantly. Ugh, it's come to this? He raged, his cultivation power radiating throughout his body. Are you still not going to kill me? Their faces darkened, and they said, "You insolent brat." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from somewhere. Stop! The sect leader of the Jiamzhong clan spoke. Your aura is stronger than all of these people combined. The sect leader is praising someone else? Everyone was astonished. I will spare you. Looking at him with unwavering eyes, he said, because you cannot kill me. It's because I'm the grandson of the former leader of the Imperial Sword Corps, If Wangxiang. The Imperial Sword Corps, If Wangxiang. He is the grandson of the former leader of the Imperial Sword Corps, If Wangxiang. If Wangxiang. He retracted his blood-soaked sword and pointed it at the man. If Wangxiang, the #1 sect in the world, established by the Emperor to prevent martial arts rebellions. If Wangxiang is indeed difficult to deal with. He slyly glanced at him and said, but that's not the reason I'm sparing you. I like you, your qualities, and your spirit. You have the potential to become a peerless master. If you didn't have ties to If Wangxiang, I would have taken you as my disciple. They exclaimed in terror. What? He said. Then he froze, stunned, holding his sword parallel to the ground. He thrust it forcefully into the thick stone layer. I'll give you 1 day. Leave this place. I won't allow any other sect to set foot on this land. With that, he turned and walked away. He glanced back and said, if you want a duel, I'll accept it any time. If you want revenge, come and find me. Amidst the ruins and scattered corpses, Zhang Rianchen knelt beside his dying father. His eyes were filled with immense pain. His voice trembled. Father, it's me, your third son. Zhang Banak slowly opened his eyes, his breath weak. A series of raspy coughs escaped him. Cough, cough. How did you become so strong? What did you do? Zhang Rianchen replied softly. His voice was calm and steady. This is the Zhang family's dynamic arts, created and cultivated by myself. Hearing this, Zhang Banak's eyes suddenly lit up, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. You created it yourself? You created a martial art yourself? Yes. Zhang Rianjin nodded. Although it's based on the family's mental cultivation method. He paused for a moment. Old memories suddenly flooded back. He clearly remembered his father's furious gaze that day. What? You dare to modify the family's martial arts? Are you insane? Do you think you're a grand master or something? Looking at his son, Zhang Banak suddenly became pensive, each word uttered with difficulty, as if he had to force himself to speak. Could it be you truly engraved the Zhang family's dynamic arts? A divine art created by the Zhang family. Tears streamed down his aged face. Foolish. Incompetent. To fail to recognize my own useless son, the third young master I once looked down upon, could create such a masterful martial arts technique. Grasping Zhang Yunzhan's hand, he gathered his remaining strength and whispered, you have the potential to become a great grandmaster, the son of Zhang Pan AK. Before he could finish, Zhang Pan AK breathed his last. Father, Zhang Yunzhan cried out, his eyes red with tears. The person beside him, overcome with emotion, buried their face in the body and sobbed. Father, a voice suddenly called out. Third young master. Zhang Yunjian looked up to see the head steward approaching. His eyes filled with a grave expression. Head steward, he replied, his voice choked with emotion. The head steward said softly, Haiyanai is fine. She was only acupunctured and is now fast asleep. Perhaps someone acupunctured the second young master to hide him, to avoid detection by the assassins. In despair, he finally spoke. Second brother, take Haiyanai to the Yungnam sect to be raised. With Haiyanai's talent, they'll surely take him in, she replied. And you. He turned his face towards the door. I'll manage on my own. Louis Chen was waiting at the door. Young hero, elder, are you planning to leave? The two stepped forward. The Junjiang sect has made their move. I must quickly inform my sect. She glanced at him and said, and you, young hero, will you be entering Wangxiang, where your mother's family is? He dejectedly replied, that's right. I have nowhere else to go, and to become stronger. She quickly said, why don't you come with me to Zhonan Mountain? I sincerely invite you. He sighed and said, the great elder is kind enough to invite me. I'm truly flattered and overwhelmed. I intend to recommend you as a true disciple of Sao. Lan Not then, Lung Yichen, looks at him and says, with your talent, you are completely worthy of being a true disciple of the sect leader of the Yungnam school. You will learn unparalleled divine techniques. And moreover, the sect leader of the Yungnam school is currently one of the 10 great swordsmen renowned throughout the world. He silently ponders and then replies, but I will remember your offer, senior. He clasps his hands and respectfully says, I'm sorry. She sighs, then smiles softly. It's all right. I really wanted to take you in. The sect leader of the swords sect did too. I'm sorry. She gestures that there's no need to be so formal. No need. Just remember, the doors of the Yungnam school are always open to you. The bustling moonlit night continues as usual. He asks, I have something I want to ask. She immediately becomes curious. What is it? I heard that the Grand Elder is a senior member of the Ming clan, Myung clan. Does he know of any way to obtain the Chianamagua, fruit of the world tree? She was utterly shocked when he inquired about the Chianamagua. Could you possibly be referring to the 1,000-year-old treasure, rumored to grant immortality upon consumption, protected by the city lord of Ifwang Fortress, a man recognized by the emperor as an equal to royalty? If I could eat it, could I perhaps extend my fleeting lifespan? She then sadly replied, I haven't even lived half the lifespan I was granted, so I have no authority over the Chianamagua. Only the city lord of Ifwang Fortress can bestow it upon another. Zhang Yun was determined to go there. Then I must absolutely go to Ifwang Fortress. She sighed and replied, it won't be easy. It's a sacred treasure, even among our Myong clan. He firmly responded, but I have no other choice. My only option is to become the leader of the Divine Sword Squad, achieve great merit. She clasped her hands together in a respectful gesture, saying, I will support you. Then, I shall take my leave to inform my sect. With that, she turned and walked away. Don Ae Geometry and Murion Guan will stay behind to help you pack up. Her silhouette disappeared behind a closing door. The next day, he set out early. His belongings were already packed. Let's go. Great hero, Don Ae. Great hero, Murion. Thank you both for your help. Now, this place is also my home. The two turned pale. We are also at fault for not being able to protect this place. Suddenly, a voice interjected. His senior brother approached, saying, so many years have passed. How can a simple apology suffice? Next time we meet, I will be your senior brother. I will try my best, and you just stay alive. He looked at his senior brother in silence. Although he joined the Yungnam faction late, his aptitude is truly remarkable. At least, from what I've seen, he will have to train extremely hard. The other person replied, I'll keep that in mind. He glanced at the little girl. Third brother, please take care of Haiyun. The other person replied, I know. And Chief Steward, where are you going? He quietly replied, there are small branches of the Zhang family throughout Nanyang. The Zhang family lineage still remains. I must use the remaining assets to support them. As for me, I will go to the Imperial City. I hope we'll meet again someday. The chief steward has also practiced martial arts, so you should be able to protect yourself. Of course. He turned his head and said, I wish the chief steward a long life. Take care. The chief steward thought, live a long life? Since the old master saved my life. This is the first time someone from the Zhang family has said that to me. Finally, he arrived in Xiangyang. He rented a room at an inn to stay. Suddenly, many voices fill her ears. At first sight, Ifwang Fortress truly lives up to its reputation. Martial heroes from all corners are gathering here, each carrying their own dreams. That tavern owner must be raking it in. I heard they can barely keep up with the wine demand. These days, the tavern is always bustling with customers. All martial artists coming to take the entrance exam. They're drinking so passionately. Over here, he thinks to himself, taking the entrance exam at Ifwang Fortress. Is something the matter? Suddenly, a young boy appears and approaches him, asking, "Young friend, are you also here to join Ifwang Fortress?" Hyan Wusong. The two pairs of eyes meet. Jian Jian speaks. "And who might you be, friend? I forgot to introduce myself. Seeing a young friend like you venturing into the martial world, I found it quite intriguing. I am Hyan Yang from faraway Shanxi. I am Zhang Ryan from Xinye." The other guy asks, "You came from a nearby region? Must have been a smooth journey." "I fought with the Green Forest Bandits and had a swimming contest with the pirates of the Water Road Camp. The Water Road Camp's water skills are quite formidable. Thinking back, swords and blood everywhere. What girl? I didn't even see any swords." He sips his tea nonchalantly and says, "Seems like I had a very smooth journey." The other guy looks around and says, "How about we get to know each other and exchange information about the exam?" He coldly asks, "Exam?" The other guy shouts in disbelief, "You don't know? It's the Ifwang trial. Entering Wangxiang is not like other sects. It's similar to martial arts or literature exams. To become an official, to enter Wangxiang, you must pass the trial." He replies, "I see. That's why there are so many people here." The other guy continues, "No matter your background, once you set foot in Ifwang Fortress, the path to knowledge and opportunity opens wide. So it's no wonder that martial arts heroes from all over the world flock here. It's understandable. Thousands have honed their martial arts skills to pass this exam. To enter Ifwang Fortress, the world's #1 clan, the cradle of martial arts that everyone admires. People often say, if you want to use weapons to conquer the world, go to Ifwang Fortress, because it is directly managed by the emperor to suppress the martial world. Therefore, this place has countless elixirs and supreme martial arts secrets." The other person continued, "Some people praise those long-established great sects. How ridiculous! A sect founded by commoners is stronger than Ifwang Fortress? If so, they would have already declared themselves emperors." I see. Few people pass the imperial entrance exam on their first try. It's like 1 in 1,000. And usually, they're descendants of prestigious families. I see. The other guy immediately sees the opportunity. "Then, shall we take the exam together tomorrow?" "Sure. Sounds great. I knew you'd agree, little brother. Even though it's your first time here, just follow me. I might talk a lot, but thankfully, we can join just by taking the exam. I don't want to beg my mother's family. People I've never even met. Let's go." This is the imperial city I've always heard about. Candidate number 13, Zhang Ryan, tightly gripped his name tag. His sharp gaze scanned the crowd of candidates and examiners. He gave a slight His demeanor was aloof, but exuded a dignified aura. Everyone present was completely focused. No one dared to be careless during this crucial exam. Hyan Wan stood beside him. He explained with a serious face. "In the first exam, if the examiner gives you a card, you pass. Conversely, if you are asked to return the card, you fail." With that, he glanced at the examiner, who sat majestically with an unreadable expression, observing his meticulous demeanor. It was easy to see that this examiner was a very careful person. Xianyuan Shuang continued, "The second exam is a martial arts competition." Hearing this, Zheng Lianshan wasn't surprised. It was entirely within his expectations. However, when the third exam was mentioned, his expression changed slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. He asked, "What is the third exam?" Xianyuan Shuang scratched his nose, trying to appear mysterious before slowly replying, "It's an audience with the city lord, an entry into the imperial city." Zheng Lianshan was momentarily stunned. Unable to hide his surprise, he uttered almost in a whisper, "A direct audience with the city lord? Entering the imperial city?" His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, an unexpected opportunity. He and Veen Song adjusted her posture, trying to look cool, and nodded firmly. "That's right. There's a saying, sell yourself to capitalism. But here the saying is, the third test, meet the city lord, enter the imperial city. That alone is enough to attract countless martial artists to Longland. To meet and talk with such a peerless master, it's like a great fortuitous encounter. Who knows, you might receive guidance and realize some profound truth." Zhang Ryanson pondered, and it was indeed so. He tightened his grip on the name tag. The examiner shouted, The first test, sword drawing speed test. Only one draw. Draw your sword as fast as you can. Those enchanted, no. Captivated eyes. Mysterious conspiracies. All converging towards the arena. Let's see. I don't know what possessed him, but Xin Yuan Chang was in such a hurry. Dripping with sweat, hand raising his sword high. I'll go first. The judge nodded in agreement. Is it just about drawing the sword quickly? Xin Yuan Chang waved his hand to signal. Lien Chun, feeling a bit anxious, stepped forward. Too simple. A rather childish thought from Xin Yuan Chang. Right hand placed on the blade, left hand gripping the scabbard tightly. The sword moved. Lien Chun noticed the aura around Xin Yuan Chang. A steady stance, very powerful, with a blue hue. Strong? Stronger than any wanderer I've met on my way here. Xin Yuan Chang let out a slight grunt. His posture consistent, facing forward. Jubin's breathtaking focus. The sword is drawn, a faint, beautiful arc, appears in midair. And it's over. The crowd murmurs. Some comment, oh, this swordsman is different. Others just stroke their chins. I didn't see anything. And some agree. Half-half. I only saw a faint blur. After the swordsmanship display, the young man stood still, his sharp eyes fixed on the examiner, awaiting the result. The examiner stated sternly, not bad, and handed him the card. Overjoyed, the young man exclaimed, thank you, and cheerfully thanked him. Next candidate, get ready, the examiner announced. Good luck. The young man gave a thumbs up to Lien Chan. However, that usually cold face now only showed a hint of added tension, remaining largely unchanged. He strode confidently towards the arena, looking self-assured and stylish. This captivating appearance drew the attention of those around him. Most people gave him praise. Truly a promising candidate. This young swordsman is really impressive and full of spirit. Jinwu calmly stepped forward. Some people nearby were still whispering. Maybe he has a rare chance to be noticed by the top masters of the imperial city. Evaluate my swordsmanship. Just a little guidance would be an incredibly valuable experience. The two faced each other, one full of charisma, the other equally imposing. You may begin, the judge announced, his expression remaining calm and collected. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with anticipation. In a flash, Jinwa's sword was drawn. Everything seemed to slow down. It took a few seconds for the compressed energy from the draw to finally be released. The judge was astonished, his eyes wide open. Everyone around was overwhelmed by the sheer power. Yuan Xueshuang was stunned, her eyes vacant. Some people whispered, when did he draw his sword? After finishing, Lien Chun sheathed his sword. This is the future of Nippon Tan, the judge praised. However, Lien Chun calmly sheathed his sword. The judge's words, just now, immediately caught the attention of the other contestants. Hand over your token. The examiner said, Lien Chun 6 in the pocket. Number 13. The examiner looked at the name engraved on the token, then looked up at the young man standing before him, his gaze firm with a hint of scrutiny. You may pass. Yes. Lien Chun replied and followed. Lien Chun left. Yuan Xueshuang quickly followed. Yuan Xueshuang tilted his head and asked, are you perhaps a young master from some prestigious family? Lu Shen quickly turned his head and replied, so what? I heard that once you enter the imperial city, martial arts, aptitude, and effort are all that matter. Hearing his response, he exclaimed in surprise. It seems you are determined to pass the imperial entrance exam. Lu Shen raised his head and continued. Isn't that why everyone comes here? Not just me, but Brother Haiyan too. He stood silently, hearing him say, yes, you're right. Haiyan Sang replied softly. Then he bowed with his hands clasped and said, thank you. I'll take my leave. And then Haiyan Sang walked away without looking back. Lu Shun's eyes followed his back, wishing, I hope the kind brother Haiyan also passes the second exam. In the pavilion, Lu Shun persistently practiced his internal energy, drenched in sweat. The second exam is a martial arts competition, testing the martial arts skills we've learned. His expression became thoughtful. 3 weeks left. Having finished his thought, Lu Shun will find sword before entering actual combat. I should hone what I've learned. Decisive sword strikes combined with a solid stance. I will continue to cultivate the Zhongga's rapid sword technique and the explosive chi movement method that I named water-cutting scripture, Su Gak Jaya. As the sun sets, a breathtaking technique gradually emerges. 3 weeks later, at the location of the second trial, the crowd was moving when they heard a call. All candidates, please wait inside. The instructions were given. After the instructor turned and left, Bewildered faces began to murmur. They're just patterns, but why do I feel so intimidated? I heard that the Baekui, white-clad, are beginner-level warriors. But how can their aura be so powerful? Of course it is. Just by wearing this white robe, the future is bright. The white robe with small patterns on the right shoulder. Yunsin carefully observes Haiyan Wenyang from afar. Young Master Zhang, I think you've grown taller. Brother Hainu also looks healthier. The two stand and chat excitedly. Junmian confidently pats his chest. I've also made some progress. Zhangyan conceded defeat. But then, Yosiop's expression suddenly changes. His eyes turn fierce, as if he's about to devour someone. Remember, victory is not the most important thing in this exam. The candidates gather to listen to instructions. Just when one of the two matches and catch the eye of the masters entering the imperial city, that's enough. In another corner, Yosiop complains, although that's the hardest part. Words of experience. What do you mean, brother? Even if you win the match, you can still be eliminated? Zhangyan asked, puzzled, biting his finger and furrowing his brow. That's right. Moreover, the judges will be even stricter today. Why is that? Hainu asked naively. The general replied, I heard. The white unicorn will appear at the imperial entrance exam today. Zhang Ryansin was stunned. White unicorn? Do you mean the Namgung family? Ryansin inquired. Exactly, the general replied. Rumor has it, before the age of 55, he annihilated a notorious band of robbers, slaughtering and dismembering hundreds of underworld masters. At 58, he defeated all the descendants of the 8 great families at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. The general sighed. If it's a descendant of the Namgung family, they must be exceptionally talented. So, why would he want to enter the imperial city? Ryansin wondered. He whispered to him. It's probably because he's a younger son, unable to inherit the family business. Just by becoming the Lord Commander of IP Huang Fortress, he would be on par with the heads of the 8 great families, prestigious families, and even more powerful. IP Huang Fortress is located in the heart of the martial world, right in the Central Plains. He continued, Hunan, Nanyang, Zhang Ryanshin represent Shinya District. Examiner Kim's instructions have been announced. Haiyan Wenchang was speechless. Zhang Ryanshin pursed his lips. I hope we will meet again soon in this very IP Huang Fortress. Ryanshin said. Haiyan Wenchang was surprised. Definitely. Haiyan Wenchang shouted. Ryanshin had already stepped inside. Stern, grim faces appeared. His opponent quickly drew his sword. With a contemptuous look, Ryanshin, with a calm gaze, began to ascend. Shinya District head bowed. Ha ha ha. He laughed wickedly, no doubt. He looked up, stuck his tongue out like Zorro, and said, You're just a moth drawn to a flame. Do you even know who I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he took a direct hit and went flying. Silence filled the space. Tanaka collapsed on the ground, flat on his back. Meanwhile, Ryan Jiang looked as if he had just delivered a lightning-fast blow. A streak of blood still stained his blade. With ice-cold eyes, Zhang Ryan furrowed his brow. His face filled with disdain. He didn't want to say another word. His gaze swept over the unconscious man lying on the arena floor. Eyes rolled back, body convulsing after being utterly destroyed. He stood silently, coldly observing the people, who were hurriedly carrying the defeated man off the stage. He paid no attention to the whispers and murmurs around him. The space suddenly became quiet. But then a voice broke the silence. The silence speaks. Shall we begin? A young man steps up to the arena from below, sporting a confident smile mixed with a hint of excitement. He is Baek Jiren, holding his head high with pride, his gaze sharp as a knife. He stares intensely at Zhang Ryawan with a clear challenge. Zhang Ryawan silently returns the stare, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. His eyes are ice cold as he looks at his opponent without a word. The two face each other in the arena, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of spectators below. Excited murmurs rise. It's finally happening, someone whispers. This match is definitely going to be intense. I wonder who will win. I hear they're both exceptionally skilled, but it seems like that Baek Jiren guy has a slight edge. Is he from the Namgung Sega? These words make Zhang Ryawan frown slightly. Namgung, he thought to himself. His eyes narrowed with scrutiny as he watched Baek Jiren approach calmly. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. So that's it. He's the White Jiren, Namgung Wasen. The referee shouted. Today, we get to witness the Boundless Sky sword. Yinshin frowned, sizing up his opponent. He looks about 5 years older than me. Seems like he's not an insurmountable opponent. His expression wasn't pleased, thinking, "Thanks to the Zhang family's dynamic arts, my body is stronger, but other things are still lacking." Jiren clasped his hands and bowed, introducing himself. "I am Namgung Wasen, of the Namgung family. I primarily practice the boundless sky, sword, and infinite steps, our family's traditional martial arts." With that, he drew his sharp sword. "I look forward to your guidance." He also politely bowed in return. "I hail from the Zheng family village, Hunan, and I've mastered the Zheng family's cave skill." Qilin suddenly noticed something amiss and asked, "Aren't you going to draw your sword?" Hearing this, he didn't answer immediately, but slowly grasped the hilt of his sword, assuming a fighting stance. His eyes said it all. Qilin seemed to understand, nodding. Then, he held the sword forward, and started to perform his technique. A stream of light flowed from his hand to the sword. The ultimate technique, sword draw, which I've recently been practicing, relies heavily on the element of surprise. A chilling aura emanated from Qilin. He calculated the steps for his speed sword technique. Drawing the sword with unimaginable speed is the key to this move. Seeing his opponent's burning fighting spirit, he thought, if successful, I can ambush the descendant of Namgung. He bowed his head, bracing himself for the battle. The watching crowd was also on the edge of their seats. As soon as the referee signaled the start, he immediately charged, delivering a slash. But it was blocked by Qilin. Not only that, but his sword instantly shattered. But the pressure from his sword strike was enough to overwhelm his opponent, making Qilin grimace. The broken sword tip flew far away. Everyone around was confused about what was happening. The arena became chaotic. What was that? What just happened? They began to chatter excitedly. Could it be that before that move, Namgung Weizong defeated Beck? Qilin with a lightning-fast move? Only two people in the back turned pale, seemingly realizing something. Qilin looked at the broken sword, then dropped his hand, bowed and said, "I concede." Yun Songjin's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the crowd below was in an uproar. What? Namgung Weizong lost. The two men behind him paled. Zhang Yanxiangjin, what a terrifying technique. Their faces were incredibly tense. That boy looked at least 5 years younger than Namgung Watch. At least 5 years. Watching the two of them sheathe their swords, ending the match, he still couldn't merge his inner energy with his sword. Looking at Yanxiang standing frozen on the stage, he thought to himself, he has a hidden dragon. His age is what's truly terrifying. The spectators approached him, asking, "You're the new disciple, Zhang Yanxiang, right?" He replied, "Yes." The man pointed towards a door. "Please wait in the North Flower Garden." He simply replied, "Yes." Then he bowed to Jiren. "I hope to spar with you again next time." He calmly replied, "I was about to say the same. Farewell." He frowned, assessing the situation, and entered the courtyard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. A man wearing a hat spoke up. "That young warrior Kim made it through?" A man with a hat speaks. "Did that young Kim make it? I thought Namgung Watchin would be the first." Looking at the person approaching, he said, "I knew I didn't have the advantage in a prolonged battle. So as soon as the duel began, I used the extreme speed sword technique to attack Namgung Watchin's sword. Recalling the battle just now, just as the sword broke, although my attack was slower because Namgung Watchin had infused his sword with inner energy. My sword broke. That was my mistake for using the speed sword technique so recklessly." He was truly surprised when Baek Kirin bowed and admitted defeat. "But I never expected Namgung Watchin to admit defeat. I lost. That's the true spirit of a prestigious family." He recalled the words of the other two. He still hasn't been able to merge his inner energy with the sword. He thought of the majestic mountains and lands of his clan, the Zhang family estate, merely a small sect in the Tanya district of Hunan. If anyone in my family knew this secret, I would have known about it. He looked down at his broken sword. "But it's not too late to know now. I've finally understood." Ryusen began to feel the energy flowing around his body. The emerald light became increasingly vivid. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. "Now I understand. It's not simply about channeling energy into the sword." He had grasped the true principle of wielding power. It's not about putting pressure on the sword, but about using inner energy as a bridge. Become one with the sword. Everyone around stared at him with wide eyes. They were astonished, their sword intense stirring as they saw him emit a green light. It became increasingly clear. Unbelievable. At this age, to be able to feel that sensation. The feeling of body and sword becoming one. Could it be the unity of man and sword? Zhang Ryan stood tall in the silent space, feeling a new power surging through his veins, merging with the sword in his hand. Unity of man and sword, he thought to himself. His eyes flashed with a confident gleam. My swordsmanship is definitely different now. After a while, Ryan slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the sword still gently vibrating in his hand. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if he had just found his own path to enlightenment. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside him. Congratulations, brother. Ryan was startled. Baek Jiren had appeared beside him at some point. His eyes immediately changed, from surprise to vigilance. His expression quickly turned cold as usual. He stared at the other person, unable to guess his intentions. Baek Jiren maintained his composure, simply smiling gently without saying anything more. The surrounding crowd began to notice, their curious eyes turning towards the two of them. In Namgung Ryan's mind, 1,000 thoughts flashed by. He protected me? Could he have been worried someone would disturb me during my enlightenment? Although still skeptical, his pride still made him utter thanks. His eyes were still full of caution, but his voice was sincere. I didn't expect you to protect me. He didn't stop there and continued. And also, Baek Jiren was surprised to see him sheath his sword and said softly, Congratulations, Namgung Hyong, on passing the Imperial Examination's white test. Baek Jiren was truly shock stiff. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha! Hyen Won-sung, standing nearby, also raised her hand. Me too. He couldn't help but laugh. Congratulations, young Master Zhang. He pointed blankly. Ah, do you know you have a nickname now? This made Ryan Shin really concerned. A nickname? He began to think about its true significance. It's a title given by the martial world to those with exceptional martial arts skills, or who have shaken the martial world. Except for evildoers, a nickname is usually a source of pride, the identity of a martial artist. For example, Dan Ae Geometry, Muriang 1, Baek Jiren. Jiren chuckled softly. I've heard about it too, he said awkwardly. I just took the exam. Immediately, Jiren says a name, Cheon Yipun. Hearing this, he was astonished, immediately reminded of someone. Alone, shining brightly, fighting against a whole crowd. Flash talent, lightning god? He repeated it again. He thoughtfully explained to Yunan. Even the warriors of Ifwing call you that, so that's your nickname in the martial world. Then Jiren said, Congratulations. Yunan thought for a moment. Flash talent. It's probably just some kid's fast swordsmanship, so they just call him that for fun. The two of them looked at him mockingly, making him break out in a cold sweat. Just fast. Then, how come you got ambushed by him? He looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Not only that, but he also thought about this name, Zhang Yunan the Flash, a name I never dared to dream of. When I was still meditating at the Zhang family estate, a loud command boomed. Assemble. He issued the order. Just one more trial to overcome, and you will officially become warriors of the Imperial City. Everyone showed their excitement, but Ryan Shin was lost in thought, thinking about a peerless master, a living witness to history, hailed as the best in the world. The meeting with the city lord of Imperial City was about to take place. Everyone took turns entering. A moment later, when they came out, everyone looked exhausted and dazed, as if they had lost their souls. This made Ryan Shin's group confused. Won Chong stood nearby, staring in astonishment, and couldn't help but exclaim, Why did everyone come out so quickly? It's just a meeting, why? Everyone after that was the same, going in with high spirits, but coming out sluggish and tired. Immediately after, the announcement sounded. Zhang Ryan Shin. Hearing this, he turned around, mentally preparing himself to step forward. He told himself, I must go all the way. He confidently strides forward, then stops before a magnificent, enormous door. As the door swings open, he enters and looks around. He notices the truly exquisite decor. Something sparkling is shining brightly. Continuing to walk, he suddenly stops. He realizes that person is the city lord who just entered the royal city, the most beautiful woman in the world. He speaks, I am Zhang Ryan, the miracle doctor. The city lord, upon hearing this, slowly turns her head. Gazing at her face, he is utterly astonished. What an unparalleled beauty. She speaks, Are you a descendant of that person? His expression changes, and he asks in confusion, Descendant? What? Could it be that you know my family? She glances at him. It seems you understand my intentions. You are indeed a quick-witted child. Yunsin remained silent, but after a moment he replied, Yes. I am the grandson of the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad. Though I am about to become the head of the Council of Elders, I'm still a stubborn boy. She, as if seeing through his thoughts, gently said, "You're troubled, aren't you?" The young man was surprised, but still respectfully replied, "It is not worth the castle lord's concern. It's just a trivial family matter." She explained, "Family matters are not trivial. It's just that it's hidden beneath your strong exterior. Besides, you're only 15 years old." She smiled softly and, lowering her head, said, "But it's true that outsiders shouldn't interfere. Family matters should be resolved by the family." The young man said, "I apologize. Even at my age, I still set principles for myself. A supreme master is, and always will be, a supreme master. But your mentioning of my family, that's an entirely different matter." She glanced at him and gracefully descended. The city lord straightened up and said, "I like you. Although you came here with a hidden agenda, your unyielding spirit is quite intriguing." He was genuinely surprised to hear that, and his expression became more guarded. He looked at her anxiously, calculating. "You knew I came to Ifwang Fortress with a specific purpose? As expected of the city lord of Ifwang Fortress, a supreme master. Have you noticed something unusual about my Baihui acupoint?" From then on, he decided, "Then I'll just ask directly." He spoke up. "Could someone like me survive if I were to eat the China Magua?" She also kindly explained, although its effects are somewhat exaggerated. He felt a bit anxious as he listened to her continue. "But it's true. It can help you achieve your wish." He thought to himself, "So it is." Then he continued, "So, can I possess it?" She smiled gently. "That depends on you." Iyun breathed a sigh of relief, then bowed and said, "That's enough for now, thank you." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized something. Then he looked up again, asking, "So, have I officially become a warrior of the imperial city?" The city lord smiled and affirmed, "Yes, you may leave." She stated frankly, "Oh, future leader of the Divine Sword Squad." Hearing this, his face turned incredibly astonished. She, however, maintained a calm expression, as if something had been satisfied. As he turned to leave, he pondered her words. Future leader of the Divine Sword Squad. He was puzzled, wondering if she was joking, or if she truly saw his potential. That really made him stop and think. Could that person mean that? He thought, if we become the leaders of the Divine Sword Squad, then the World Tree fruit will be ours? Baek Kirin and the man standing behind him couldn't help but be on high alert. Their eyes scanned their surroundings for any movement. Meanwhile, Haiyan Sang acted relaxed, a look of amusement on her face, as if she were completely unconcerned by the tense atmosphere. Zhang Ryanson observed silently, her eyes slightly narrowed, clearly calculating something. The group followed closely behind the old man, leading the way. He had a strange appearance, his wrinkled face concealing a stern demeanor. His eyes occasionally flashed with a sharp glint, as if he were pondering an important issue. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned around, his gaze sweeping over each person. His voice, low but full of authority, rang out, "Have you all learned about the mission of entering Wangxiang?" Haiyan Waisong, with his usual confidence, immediately replied, "It must be to prevent conspiracies of rebellion by martial arts masters." The old man smirked, a mixture of mockery and satisfaction. He didn't turn completely, only glancing at Haiyan Waisong, his eyes seeming to challenge further the young man's understanding. Young Master Haiyan is not wrong. But that is only one part of the responsibility. Such conspiracies need to be dealt with when the time comes. It's not a daily task. He paused, casting a profound gaze upon the group. His voice became even more serious. The real mission here demands much more dedication and perseverance. He mentioned those wars. That is to prevent and quell major conflicts within the martial world before they escalate into a catastrophe, leaving everyone deep in thought. His face became even more serious. No one can predict how the battles in the martial world will unfold. Just the rumor of the heavenly demon's tomb will stain the central plains with blood. He recounted the horrific, bloody massacres. If it were only those greedy for peerless martial arts and elixirs fighting, it wouldn't be a problem. But the brutality of the martial world's villains doesn't just target their fellow martial artists, but also innocent civilians. His description alone was enough to make your skin crawl. The sky was a fiery, bloody red. Bodies were strewn everywhere. The colors of death spread far and wide. The scene was nothing short of hell on earth. like a world completely separate from the imperial court. Haiyan One somberly recalled the tragedy of the heavenly demon tomb. As he walked, he recounted the tragedy of Kiama Peak from 17 years ago. So, he was remarkably calm, as if he had told this story countless times before. It wasn't just the evil cults and outsiders causing problems. Even the 9 great sects and the 8 great families, the so-called righteous factions, were causing a great deal of trouble. Mirian Shin's expression changed drastically upon hearing his words. If they were left unchecked, the common people would suffer, leading to unrest among the populace. Late tributes would affect the governance of the country. He emphasized, that is why the emperor has provided a vast amount of wealth, elixirs, secret manuals, and skilled warriors. Suddenly, he stopped before a gate and said, to allow them entry into the imperial city. That is your mission. He whispered, punish. His face became more serious than ever. Those who disrupt the peace of this martial world. Everyone was stunned, their pupils dilated, eyes wide open. They all shared the same thought. Those who cause chaos in the Murim world suddenly coughed lightly. The old man smiled warmly and introduced. This is where you will be staying temporarily. After your duties are assigned, you will move to your new residences. He also didn't forget to offer a word of good luck. Night fell. Only a faint glow from the lamp remained in the room. Insects began to swarm around it. Jean Muon sat on the bed, lost in thought. A week later, he wondered, why is the task assignment taking longer than expected? I thought you were meditating quietly. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the door, followed by a voice. Young Master Jean, may I come in? As soon as he replied, Haiyanmu immediately poked his head inside. Yes, come in. Hun Gun approached him and asked curiously, what is it? Hun Gun came to inform him that the results are finally in. You and young Master Zhang are assigned to the same team, Magwangriak. He thought intensely. Magwangriak. Right after, Hun Gun sat down next to Ryan Shin, happily saying, have you heard any rumors? He immediately replied, what rumors? Hun Gun, recalling that fierce battle, said, I heard that the captains of the 17 teams of the Shin Geometry Shindan Divine Sword Spirit Squad competed to recruit new members. Ryan Shin pondered. The captains of all the teams are top masters of IP Songhuang. He asked again, they competed with each other? Hun Gun replied, that's right. He raised his hand, smiling confidently, and explained, to compete for Baek Ji Rin and Sam Yi. The air grew still. The next day, at the grand hall of the resplendent Wuxiang Demon Light, on the arena, 2 figures stood facing a tall, imposing man. Lien Chun scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan seemed quite pleased with his new outfit. The crowd buzzed with excited chatter. All eyes were fixed on the 2 of them. The captain of the Radiant Demon Light Squad, Ma Jun, with an aura that could crush anyone, stood towering before them. Lien Chun thought to himself, I heard he's one of the strongest among the 17 captains. Seeing him in person today, his reputation is truly well-deserved. He leaned closer to Lien Chun, his voice tense. Are you Tsin Rui? He calmly replied, yes. Ma Jun glared intensely, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. Ma Jin smirked. Your spirit is commendable, he complimented. Someone like you won't die easily. Then, he pointed behind him and explained. Each team in the Divine Sword Squad possesses strength, equivalent to a martial arts sect in the Murim world. You will learn martial arts and carry out missions. Ukmagwangik. Everyone here is your senior martial brother or sister. Haiyan Yu quickly raised his hand to speak. Captain Ma, I have a question. Ma Jin agreed. Speak. Haiyan Yu respectfully said, thank you, Captain. He widened his eyes and inquired thoroughly. The martial arts of Magwangik. Does that mean everyone practices the same martial arts? Ma Jin calmly explained. No, family martial arts are unique to each individual. Haiyan Yu's face turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat as Ma Jin continued. We only teach and learn the martial arts of Magwangik itself. He takes a deep, delighted breath. The renowned Magwangik. Ma Jin also doesn't forget to remind them. If you want to survive, you must train diligently. Zhang Ryanson thinks seriously. Magwangik? I've heard of it too. He looks at Ma Jin, putting the pieces together. Magwangdi is one of the most famous squads of the Divine Sword Unit. He remembers those battles. They once clashed with 20 masters of the Plum Blossom Sword of Manhwa sect without a single casualty. He stares intently at Ma Jin. This event solidified the title of the world's #1 clan for Ifwangxiang. Ma Jin speaks up. Although Wang Xiang is a sect of the imperial court, attacking members of If Wang Xiang is not considered treason. Therefore, you must study and train relentlessly to become even stronger. Yanqian inquired. Why wouldn't it be considered treason? Ma Chion's expression changed, becoming extremely serious. He explained, the martial world is full of bizarre individuals, some who practice demonic arts to the point of losing their minds. He then gave some terrifying examples. There are those with supernatural lightness techniques who can taunt the authorities and then escape into the deep mountains and forests. He said with a grim expression. Therefore, the people of If Wang Xiang Fortress, those tasked with confronting martial artists, are not granted the emperor's privileges. He reiterated once more. That's why, if you're not strong, you're dead. Han looked at him, gulping. Having said his piece, he turned and walked away. The surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. That guy was slashed by Namgung's first sword. Must know this better than anyone. One of them spoke up. Ah, the imperial sword form. He scratched his head, glanced over, and exclaimed, how terrifying. He looked at Yanqian, pondering. The imperial sword form is one of the most powerful sword techniques. In the world, only the heir of the Namgung family is allowed to learn. The group turned their gaze to that person. Moreover, Namgung's first sword is the strongest expert in Nam Jikri. Nam Jikri equals Southern Jili. The person sighed and stood up. Yanqian was still deep in thought. He survived and returned. After clashing with an expert like Namgung's first sword, he stepped forward. Then, I choose you. Let's start with you, Yanqian. He seemed very interested in him. I heard you're good at quick-draw sword techniques. Yanqian also understood that his opponent was no pushover. He said, let's see about that. Yanqian took a walk around. His hand firmly gripped the hilt of his sword, ready for action. He stood firmly on the ground, creating an invisible pressure. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Every spectator felt a chill run down their spine. Yunshin's entire body radiated a terrifying power. The other guy also wore a cunning smile. Yunshin tightened his grip on the sword. His eyes locked onto his target. The other man casually placed his sword on his shoulder. He bowed slightly and introduced himself. My name is Chong Mai, from Yangyang. Yunshin also responded politely. Yajong Yunshin. He calmly asked, that place must be very far, right? The atmosphere became so silent it was suffocating, as if all sound had been sucked into the void. Chong Mai slowly hoisted his sword onto his shoulder. His voice was deep but full of confidence. Besides being proficient in 3 sword techniques, I've even mastered the way of the sword wind. It's because of that, during a duel, I can sense my opponent's intentions and how they wield their sword. Yeonjin quietly observed every word from Hyeonji, which caught his attention. Sword wind, he asked softly, pointing his hand forward, his gaze serious. To reach this level at such a young age, that's truly extraordinary talent. Hyeonji only raised one eyebrow, gently pointing his sword forward. His voice calm, then let me experience your swordsmanship. Yeonjin took a deep breath. His face tense, then gently drew his sword. His movements were so fast that they drew gasps of admiration, leaving everyone amazed and impressed. Around Yeonjin, a powerful aura spread out, dominating the space, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Yang Yang remained still, his expression calm, his eyes sharp. Lien Chen told himself, I must focus. His eyes flashed with determination. He focused on observing every slightest movement of his opponent, trying to sense even the smallest details. Lien Chen widened his eyes. I can sense his breathing. He braced himself, the force of it alone cracking the ground beneath him. Now is the time. He dashed forward in an instant, drawing his sword level with Yang Yang's. But unexpectedly, the attack he was most confident in was easily neutralized. Lien Chen was knocked back, coughing up blood. Yang Yang stared at him intently. Lien Chen struggled to stay upright, quickly retreating. He was utterly shocked. When did he draw his sword? He poured strength into his legs slowly. As soon as he lands, he gathers momentum, charging forward with a cold expression. That's right, his opponent is a true master. Someone who survived a duel with Namgung's first sword. Realizing this, he immediately lunges at Yang Yang. Yang Yang gleefully blocks the attack. Not too difficult, he thinks to himself. After crouching down, he stomps on the ground, using the force to leap upwards. As Yang Yang turns around, he swings his sword, but the blow is immediately blocked. Yang Yang is surprised. His eyes are filled with determination. Suddenly, he disappears. Yang Yang realizes this and instantly senses the danger. Here it comes. He ducks down to evade. Unexpectedly, his opponent is right behind him, raising his sword in an attack stance. Yang Yang quickly seizes the opportunity. He bites his lip, gathering momentum, and ducks down to avoid the blade. His eyes are filled with a murderous intent. Yang Yang's hat is sliced off, revealing his face. He sprang into the air, performing a full rotation. Then he landed gracefully and smoothly. The two paused for a moment. The spectators in the stands held their breath, watching intently. Heinwu was terrified, his mouth agape. Ma Jian couldn't hide the astonishment on his face either. Yansin, panting, recognized the distinctive long ears. Indeed, a member of the Min clan. The sword glowed once more. He returned to a ready stance, preparing for the four extremes technique. Suddenly, he realized something. Everyone was staring at him, causing him to hesitate. He looked at them with confusion. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Yang Yang also stared at him in amazement. He asked, bewildered, how was that just now? Yang Yang's eyes widened. Yansin sheathed his sword and said, I know you were holding back. Tell me the truth. Yang Yang replied, well, about that. Yang Yang glanced at him and asked, pointing, how old are you? He replied, 15. He frowned, puzzled. But does that matter? Lu Chun scratched his head. Where's the enemy? Yes, go easy on me. Because I'm young, only my current strength matters. Yang Yang was utterly shocked. 15 years old, Lu Chen simply thought, when you're about to die, who cares about age? Everyone buzzed. 15 years old, and already this strong? They were all a little frightened. He's a freak of nature. No, a mistake of creation is more like Lu Chun, hearing these words, just sighed. I've been to the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, and I've never seen anyone like this. Even those born with enlightenment can't reach this level. Back home, they considered me Arare prodigy, some prodigy I am now. Lien Chen glanced sideways, and Xian Yuan gaped in astonishment. Ma Zhen's face was full of tension. Yang Yang just smiled slightly and sheathed his sword. Lien Chen coldly observed his surroundings. The imperial city appeared in a peaceful scene. The main city tower stood majestically in the distance. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed. Two men, one in white and one in blue, were chatting on the training ground stands. They both turned their heads upon hearing pained groans. Nearby, other disciples also huddled together, looking towards the source of the sound. They sneered, only able to see a firm hand, gently raised, a powerful aura emanating around. Ma Zhen stood beside the young man in white, his hands slightly clenched. The other person immediately reacted as if he had encountered a ghost, clutching his chest in pain, staggering as if about to fall. The man, seeing this, merely pondered slightly. Although he had decided to spare Xian Yuan Yang, he still looked at him with a stern gaze. Not being defeated is already a commendable achievement. Reflect on that fight and learn something from it. As for you now, I don't even know if you can absorb any advice. He felt a huge weight lifted, clutching his chest and gasping for air. Cold sweat poured down his face. Ignoring the idiot's tears and snot, Captain Ma showed no mercy. When he looked up, another sight stunned him. The young man in white beside him had a calm and carefree demeanor. Eyes closed, regulating his internal energy right there on the arena. He looked like a transcendent immortal. At this moment, Lianshin slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold but clear, untainted by worldly concerns. But his strikingly handsome features didn't register with Ma Jin. He glanced at him and asked, all right, so, have you grasped the essence of the mantra? Formless, unimpeded. He stated these words calmly. As an answer to the question, Ma Xin never expected that this young man in white, from such a humble background, could grasp such a concept. His eyes showed a flicker of surprise as he looked at him. That's right, the body can always find a way to move. Continuous, uninterrupted sword strikes. That is the truth of the Magwangjiu. Now you must comprehend the essence of the technique. There was a hint of approval in his voice. He clearly explained Yinshin's answer. Hearing this, both he and Haiyan Sang were surprised. Even though he had just been through pain, he couldn't hide his curiosity about the essence of the move. Seeing the curious gazes of the two fixed on him, Ma Xin chuckled. His previously serious expression relaxed. It's better to show than tell, he said, and, taking on the role of a teacher, walks towards the stone pillar at the entrance. To everyone's surprise and curiosity. Look, he He commands everyone as he touches the stone pillar. Even the grand divinity rarely shows such a tense expression. All eyes are focused on the captain's hand. The captain, Ma Chion, has begun to channel his inner energy. The energy concentrated in his palm slowly spreads everywhere. Before the eyes of countless disciples, a massive surge of energy erupts. A powerful blue light engulfs the entire space. The captain stands there, his gaze stern and resolute. A whirlwind whips up, blowing his hair, but he doesn't even flinch. After a moment, he opens his mouth, takes a deep breath, and exhales slowly. As the whirlwind dissipates, carrying the light with, a colossal wave of energy spreads out. No one noticed anything unusual, but Zhang Yunshin, who had been carefully observing the old man, quickly detected the difference. He was startled, and his brow furrowed. When he realized what was happening, he was shocked and completely unnerved. Not just him. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the stone pedestal in front of old Ma. At that moment, Ma Jin raised his other hand. He chanted an incantation, clenched his fist, and struck forward with a powerful blow. An invisible pressure surged forth. The solid stone pedestal in front of him immediately shattered like a block of tofu. When the dust settled, only fragments of stone remained. No one could even imagine that it had once been a perfectly square, beautiful stone pedestal by the entrance. Just moments before, Captain Ma then retracted his power, looked at the wreckage before him, and gently brushed off his hands. The men behind him gazed at his imposing figure, their faces filled with surprise. Some were awestruck, others wore proud, arrogant smiles. Han Wenchong stood nearby. Yunshin's eyes were wide, still unable to shake off his astonishment, but he paid no attention to anyone's gaze. Focused solely on the stone platform he had shattered, staring at it for a long time. Then he turned back and said to Meijin in a deep voice, "Timing is the key. The critical strike, the sword stance, is the path to that time. The perfect sword stance will create the perfect strike." Hearing this, Yunshin's eyes widened slightly, and he thought seriously. "Do you mean one must seize the precise moment and position to strike?" "Exactly." Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of his disciples, Meijin said arrogantly, "I'm only showing you. I don't expect you to be able to do it right away. This is a level that requires relentless, grueling training. It cannot be learned simply by watching. This will be your lifelong assignment." "Is that so?" Yankian asked back, slightly surprised, deep in thought. "A lifelong assignment? I think I can do it right now." Thinking he'd do just that, the young man rubbed his wrists, ignoring everyone's gazes and stepping past Machio. The people behind him looked at him with disdain, thinking he was overestimating himself. Their eyes were full of contempt. Even old man Ma was startled. "That guy wants to try?" Yankian walked over to the remaining stone pedestal. His back remained straight. Gripping the hilt of the sword at his hip, he focused his gaze straight ahead. The essence of true energy is nature itself. Feeling every gust of wind, he took a deep breath. The stone pedestal in front of him was solid, like the target he had to face. Just go with the flow of nature. He slowly closed his eyes, the energy within his body surging forth. Gripping the sword at his side, Jinwoo merges with the sword's energy. He tries to calm his mind, slowly relaxing his body. As his dark eyes open, his gaze sharpens with determination, and he exhales deeply. All surrounding words and noises seem to fade away. The space becomes silent. Only he and a stone pillar remain, emitting green light. Jinwoo slowly draws the sharp blade from its sheath. The pedestal has blue lights running along its cracks. He sees the light converge at one point. That point of light gradually becomes clearer and larger. At that moment, he himself also sees the sword energy lines clearly appear. Instantly, the powerful young man swings his sword. Jinwoo does not draw the sword from its sheath. The whole sword thrusts straight into the bright spot in his mind. With a powerful force, it does not disappoint him. Cracks began to appear where the sword had pierced. A crack sound echoed. Immediately after, the sounds of crumbling stone followed in succession. At the same time, the crack began to spread. Seizing the moment, he thrust the sword in with even more force. The stone pillar immediately exploded. Although not as powerful as the captain's strike, it was enough to shatter the pillar into pieces. When it had all turned into rubble, he finally pulled out his sword and leaped back a distance. A faint smile touched the young man's lips. Gazing at the scattered stone fragments on the ground, a thrill surged through him. "I've grasped the essence of this technique. The young man's eyes fell upon the sword in his hand. He caressed it gently, his gaze filled with affection, as if admiring a precious treasure. I've mastered the complete demon light art. Now, I just need to practice until it becomes second nature, so I can use it in actual combat. The smile on his lips grew even more confident, his face radiant. He turned to look behind him. He hadn't noticed before, but when he turned, he saw everyone behind him with their jaws dropped in astonishment. An eerie silence suddenly filled the air. Everyone was staring at him as if he were some kind of strange creature. Even Ma Chun, who was standing with his arms crossed like a wooden statue, had a face as pale as ashes. To defuse this awkward atmosphere, he had no choice but to sheath his sword at his hip and say with a chuckle, "It's my first time, so there's still much room for improvement in wielding it proficiently. We need to accumulate more practical experience to be able to unleash the demon light art in life or death situations. Just regular practice isn't enough." Everyone listened to Taeyung's lecture, a string of profound truths, and then looked at the shattered stone pillar. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Someone in disbelief stammered. This is, to everyone's utter amazement, Jian, instead of showing any arrogance, respectfully bowed with his hands clasped. This disciple humbly seeks guidance. Noticing his bow, Mark was still reeling from the shock. The expression on his face was frozen in disbelief. Hyenwoo, standing beside him, wore an astonished look, his eyes wide, shifting from the captain to his white-clad comrade. After a long moment, Mark finally found his voice. "I need to reconsider my methods of teaching you." Seeing everyone's reactions, he suddenly felt like he might have overdone it a bit. The next day, looking at the peaceful scene of the city, the clear flowing river, and flocks of birds flying towards the distant horizon, this serene morning scene was observed by someone who suddenly asked, "Have you heard anything?" The senior brothers clashed with the members of the Shangtian squad, while Lianshan was sitting and admiring the scenery. The person who approached and asked was his friend Hyenwoo. Hearing the question, he didn't quite understand the meaning behind those words. Lian looked up at the approaching young man, puzzled. Seeing him sit down beside him, he asked in surprise, "Isn't Ifwang Fortress a place with strict rules? How can warriors within the fortress fight each other? Isn't fighting outside the martial arts arena against the rules and punishable? Why do they fight?" Lianshan's curiosity grew with each question. Seeing that look, Hyen Won-sung couldn't hide his smugness, proudly revealing, "Apparently, that guy is definitely an ancient reporter. He can get the scoop on everything, big or small, and he describes it so vividly, as if he witnessed the chaotic scene firsthand. Really amazing." While drinking at the inn, some members of the Shantian squad started trouble. They said young Master Zhang was incompetent and useless, and could never comprehend the brilliant demon light. Lianshan, hearing this ridiculous reason, could only remain silent. His face looking as if he were looking at an idiot, asked, "They fought just because of that?" Hyen Won-sung bit his fingernails, looking dejected. Gazing at the blades of grass by the river, he said, "Young master, you still don't understand the ways of the Jianghu. That's the law of the martial world. A single word can make people kill each other, and it is through this process that one can become famous throughout the land and roam freely." Just as he finished speaking, he pictured a scene from a martial arts novel. A warrior with a flowing cloak, a bamboo hat obscuring his face, and a sword in hand, defeating enemies. One by one, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. Isn't that something to be happy about? Before Yanxian's confused gaze, this guy's eyes crinkled with pure excitement. "My senior brothers have stepped in for me? If it were me, I'd be so embarrassed." Hearing this, he thought to himself, could it be that they are only taking Magwang Dwick's side? But suddenly realizing something, a spark lit up in his eyes. This is a golden opportunity, he realized excitedly. Looking at his hands, Yanxian made a silent calculation. If I want to obtain the Chiana Makwa, the object revered by all of the Mayong tribe, I must perform a great deed. And to do that, I'll definitely need the help of my comrades. They say that to earn the trust of the Jianghu martial arts world, you must go through thick and thin together. But building a good relationship with my comrades beforehand isn't a bad idea either. With this thought, he suddenly stood up, causing Hyen Won-chong beside him to look at him with a puzzled expression. Under his surprised gaze, he walked ahead, leaving behind a sentence as he turned away. Come to think of it, Brother Hyen Won is right. My senior brothers had to step in because of me. I can't just stand by. I must go and visit them. He spoke while looking straight ahead, his face serious, his eyes filled with determination. And just like that, Yancian turned and walked straight ahead. Seeing this stone-cold blockhead actually move to stand up, he enthusiastically cheered him on. That's right, that's it. Indeed, young master is a man of righteousness. Hearing him, he thought, is righteousness the word that Jiang Hu uses in this situation? Soon after, Yongjin arrived at the training grounds. All the disciples of both teams were gathered there. Ma Jin stood in the middle, sternly warning them. But the arrival of the young man surprised everyone, making them turn their heads. Magwang Dwick's blue-robed disciples saw the two of them arriving together and asked their junior brothers with concern, "There are no classes today. Why are you here practicing? You're so diligent." The young men in blue looked at the two of them, their faces filled with doubt. But Yongjin said nothing. He looked intently at the person in front of him, taking firm steps towards team leader Ma. And behind him, Hyenwoo respectfully greeted each of his senior brothers with a bow. The others looked at the scene of these two white-robed youngsters and smiled. One of them suddenly realized something. But white robes, you don't have to do this. White robes should be even more diligent. That's the right attitude. Both Yancian and Hyen Wonchong arrived in front of Ma Jin, bowing simultaneously with their hands clasped. Seeing their arrival, he glanced at them. Are the disciples having any difficulties in their training? Before his friend could speak, he immediately proposed, "We want to have a sparring match." As soon as the words left his mouth, his friend's mouth twitched, and he looked at him as if to ask, "This guy, early in the morning, which nerve got crossed?" Old man Ma, hearing this, crossed his arms and turned to the older disciples, asking, "Is that so? Choose anyone among us. We will spar with you." "I don't want to spar with Magwang," Yancian said coldly. His gaze at Ma Jin was serious. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination. "It's the Chansang squad." His words stunned everyone present. The disciples of the Ilwal, Sun and Moon, Hall, both the Magwang and Chansang squads, froze, looking at it. Hyen Wanchong beside him was also extremely surprised. Magma Jin, standing nearby, looked at him, but a smile blossomed on his face. "You must have heard about what happened yesterday. There's no need to get so worked up." Even so, he had to pretend to advise him. Seeing his serious expression, Janssen awkwardly thought, "I'm not agitated at all. I've just been wanting to witness the Chansang swordsmanship for a long time." He quickly made up an excuse. His gaze, fixed on his squad leader, betrayed his anxiety. Contrary to his expectant gaze, the leader sighed, "It's too late. You're not calm at all." But inwardly, he was full of admiration. "But your concern for your senior brother is truly commendable." Being rejected, Ryusen still persistently clasped his hands in supplication. "I wish to spar with the Chansang squad, the swordsmanship renowned throughout the land. Please grant me your permission, squad leader." The young man pleaded earnestly. It's a chance to gain experience, practical combat for the Magwang's resolve, learn superior swordsmanship, and earn the favor of his senior brothers. 3 birds with 1 stone. Seeing the young man's determined attitude, Ma Jin reminded him, "You've never learned the Chansang squad's martial arts, nor have you ever fought alongside them. Although it's just a spar, the Chansang squad won't hold back." Ryusen remained resolute, his eyes burning with passion. "That's exactly what I want." This display of spirit made the senior brothers of Magwang's radiance gape in astonishment. The disciples of the other squad were equally surprised. After a silence, so profound you could hear a fly buzzing, the teammates behind Ma Jin erupted in excited cheers. "That's the spirit of Ifwang Siong. I look forward to your growth. If you're capable enough, I'll entrust Magwang's radiance to you." These guys were just itching for their squad leader to be here. Otherwise, they would have rushed over to hug Janssen, and he could only helplessly massage his temples. After the boisterous commotion from the people behind him, he could only reluctantly nod. "All right." Before Ma Jin's expectant gaze, he agreed. "I will report this to the Chansang squad leader." At the Chansang squad's training grounds, all the disciples were present. A tall, thin man in blue robes stepped forward. He was Janssen's opponent for today. He stroked his chin, sizing up the white-robed youth before him. The disciples of the Chansang squad whispered among themselves. "Really? A white robe dares to challenge a blue robe?" It's precisely a friendly sparring match, to exchange experiences and learn from each other. The Magwang's resolve side overheard the contemptuous, provocative words from the opponent. "I wonder how many moves he can last. 10 moves at most." But they all smiled, looking at Yongjin with eyes full of confidence. The endless chatter continued. Most of those on the other side looked at him with disdain. Yanjin on this side also heard some of the whispers. A newly joined white robe can withstand 10 moves against a blue robe? His gaze became tense. His thin lips pressed tightly together. The blue-robed man continued to stroke his chin, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He wouldn't stop. That's impossible. Another person refuted the earlier sarcastic remark. And right now, the match between the two begins. The captain of the Blue Sky squad, Han Shielmak, is a man with a gaunt face, sporting a thick beard under his chin. His sharp, hawk-like eyes stare straight ahead. On this side, Ma Jin, the captain of the Noble Demon Light, is also intently watching the match. The two stand side by side, both clad in black, with the status of captain. But to let their elders act so recklessly, both frown, remaining silent. Suddenly, the old captain of the other team points his index finger forward. He says, if that kid can withstand 10 moves, I'll give him a spirit pill from the Blue Sky squad. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Jin was startled. He crosses his arms and asks, a spirit pill? Isn't that price a bit too high? Are you afraid of losing? Han Shielmak glances darkly. Ma Jin on this side doesn't back down either. He glares back with his own sharp eyes. Don't provoke me. The spirit pills of the Imperial Entrance City are not ordinary things. In response, the old man puts on a devilish expression, sternly retorting, the honor of the Noble Demon Light and the Blue Sky Squad is being put on the line. This is no small matter. After a moment of silence, Ma Jin crosses his arms, arrogantly, saying, all right, I accept. The old man, hearing this, sits down on the chair behind him. Good. A leader must know how to trust his subordinates. As soon as the words were spoken, both look at their disciples with shining eyes. And these words just happened to hit the right spot in old Ma's heart. He smirks. On the arena floor, Ryan Shin takes a step forward, approaching his opponent. The opponent sees him approaching and asks contemptuously, white-clad demon light wing, are you Zhang Ryan Shin? Hearing his question, he clasps his hands, bows slightly, and says, yes, I am Zhang Ryan Shin of the demon light wing. As soon as he finishes speaking, his gaze towards the other person becomes serious. Blue-clad warrior, starting from white-clad warrior. If you improve, you'll be promoted to blue-clad warrior. He quietly assesses the person in front of him. But it's not just about years of experience to be promoted. Some people take over 15 years to go from white-clad to blue-clad. The blue-clad warriors of the Imperial Entrance City are all top-notch experts, no less skilled than the sect leaders of the great sects. While he's lost in thought, he suddenly hears him say, I have practiced the blue sky swordsmanship for 25 years. They say the sword has no eyes, but the sword of a master who has reached a certain realm will certainly have extraordinary vision. But I won't hold back in this duel. Remember that. He finishes speaking, his eyes suddenly opening wide. His sharp eyes stare directly at him. He thought that his aura, just now, was majestic and imposing, and would make this white-clad warrior tremble with fear. But he didn't expect Ryan Shin to casually reply yes, and draw his sword. His calm attitude makes him tremble with anger. He also quickly grips his sword, slowly drawing the sharp blade from its sheath. As soon as the sword leaves the sheath, a stream of spiritual energy from the palm of his hand flows directly to the blade, causing it to emit a faint blue light. Immediately, his entire body is enveloped by a huge surge of true energy. That true energy strikes Ryan Shin directly. Around them, an invisible pressure suddenly rises. The disciples watching the match around them only see that tall, thin figure was enveloped in a stream of emerald energy. The two captains watched the match intently, and the one facing him directly, Lien Chun, immediately became extremely vigilant. That blue-clad guy from the Azure Sky team, what kind of swordsmanship does he use? He took a deep breath, telling himself, come on, stop thinking. Then, he slowly drew his sword. His sword was also enveloped in a stream of azure spiritual energy. Quickly getting into a ready stance, no matter what his opponent's swordsmanship is, I just need to unleash my full martial prowess. I'll let you have the first move. The blue-clad man from the Azure Sky team just finished his sentence, and the moment he finished speaking, Lien Chun, without hesitation, charged forward to attack. Water-severing slash. Gripping his sword tightly, he dashed towards his opponent. Then he put all his strength into a powerful slash. The other man immediately raised his sword to block, blocking one of his attacks. The two blades clashed, creating a deafening sound. However, while parrying, he instantly realized something was amiss. It was a feint, just to distract him. And at that very moment, he truly jumped up with incredible speed. He thought in panic so fast. Before he could react, he swiftly stabbed his sword down. A powerful strike landed on his opponent's blade, making him feel a sharp pain, even though he blocked with both hands. He still felt a sharp pain course through him. And not just one move. Immediately after, he continuously thrust his sword towards his opponent, forcing him to struggle to defend. His captain, Kyono, was astonished, his eyes wide. That's the speed of a white tiger. The disciples behind him were also shocked. Ma Chong, after all, was his captain and had witnessed many more astonishing scenes than this. Yet he showed no emotion. His eyes followed every one of his moves, filled with admiration. His face relaxed, a slight smile appeared, looking at the young man with a cold expression. Thin lips tightly pursed, completely focused on the battle. He silently praised him in his heart. Facing that youthful appearance and extraordinary strength, it's hard to remain calm. But with Zhang Ryanshan's strength, this is his only chance to win. As soon as the thought finished, he charged forward with a powerful aura. His legs, though small, moved with an undeniable speed. Twisting his body, he slashed down at his opponent. The man in blue gritted his teeth, managing to block the blow. He quickly followed up with 3 more attacks aimed at his face. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, using his sword to parry. Li family's water-breaking scripture. I've become much stronger than before. The smile on Ryanshan's lips deepened. Sword energies were unleashed at breakneck speed. His black hair fluttered in the air. Another technique was unleashed. But this time, he used the hilt of his sword. Zhang family's kinetic style, body temper. Zhang family's kinetic style, body temper, combined with refined martial arts. He leaned in towards his opponent, his sword, slashing in a sharp arc from bottom to top. As the sword arced, he focused all his strength into his back muscles. Not stopping there, he stomped his foot on the floor. Changing his direction, a surge of spirit energy dispersed. Taking a diagonal step, he pivoted on the ball of his foot, creating a vortex force combined with his inner energy. His feet planted firmly on the ground. Swirling gusts of wind enveloped him. Lu Xun used his leg as a pivot, quickly leaping high and slashing downwards from midair. The entire arena held its breath, watching the scene unfold. Jaws clenched. Both the white-clothed and blue-clothed factions watched in horror, stunned by the relentless attacks. On this side, the disciple of the sanctioned squad intended to raise his sword in a counterattack, but he suddenly realized Lu Xun was twisting his body, hiding his sword behind his back, making it difficult to predict his next move. Not letting him wait long, Lu Xun unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. His bangs covered half of his handsome face, but his eyes behind the hair still shone brightly. I've learned a new move. The other man gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a look of fear as he saw the blade approaching him. His thin lips parted slightly, his teeth clenched, and the corner of his mouth turned up. A loud explosion echoed throughout the space. The blue-clothed man's sword was unexpectedly knocked away. He could only utter a single sound. His hand quickly loosened its grip on the sword. By the time he realized what had happened, the long sword in his hand had fallen to the ground. He himself had to tilt his head to avoid, dodging his opponent's sharp blade. Cold sweat broke out on his face. Just a slight misstep, and the flesh of his neck would have been sliced. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on his opponent. The blue-clothed man could only remain silent, closing his eyes and accepting his fate. He gently exhaled when he realized his opponent had surrendered. The other man took a step back, moving away from his blade. He rubbed his wrist, which was swollen from the blow. The spectating disciples were still in shock. Sitting on the high seat, Ma Chion laughed proudly, leaning back in his chair. His expression relaxed. Han Kiolmo, on the other hand, was caught off guard by this outcome. He couldn't believe it. Jumping up from his seat, his face darkening. After a moment, a voice rang out, jolting everyone out of their astonishment. The tide has turned. Ma Guang's disciples immediately jumped up, their faces filled with joy and pride. Upon hearing the declaration of Becky's victory, murmurs of conversation arose all around. But Yanqian remained silent, looking down at his hand, gripping his sword. All the noise seemed to fade away from him. After a long moment, he closed his eyes, sheathed his sword, and looked up at his opponent. He was still sweating profusely, his face pale. He rubbed his aching wrist, looking at him with a terrified expression. Even though he had won, Yankian thought to himself, it was just luck. It was thanks to a timely intuition and an overwhelming aura that I was able to win. If we fought again, the result would surely be different. As he thought this, he clenched his hand into a fist. He respectfully bowed his head, clasped his hands together in a humble gesture, and said, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to witness such masterful swordsmanship." Seeing his attitude of not being arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat, that spirit made the blue-clothed disciple admire him. He smiled without saying anything. When he looked up, he saw the other man walking towards, his sword lying on the ground. He saw him slowly pick up his sword, and then heave it onto his shoulder. Before leaving, he glanced back. "Your swordsmanship and insight are truly remarkable." Looking at the young man's face, still youthful, yet exuding a cold demeanor, he genuinely praised, "Your martial prowess far exceeds your age. Truly a rare swordsman. You are the young hero Zhang Ryanson, aren't you? So young, yet your martial arts are so formidable." He spoke as he strode away. His back was straight, and the disciples and spectators slowly parted, making way for him before his figure disappeared into the crowd. The disciples of the Blue Sky Squad who heard the praise couldn't help but feel envious. Ma Guangik really hit the jackpot. I'm so jealous. On the captain's seat, Ma Jin, proud of his subordinate, had a smug, self-satisfied expression. He extended his hand towards Han Chiolmak, who looked back completely speechless. In the arena, only Ryanson remained standing in the center. He looked up and took a deep breath. I'll name this new technique, Long Devil Stance. Just as he was lost in thought, a call suddenly brought him back to reality. Ma Jin calls Zhang Ryanson over here. He approached, holding an intricately carved wooden box. His expression remained unchanged, a smile still on his face. Then he suddenly threw the box in his hand towards him. Ryanson quickly caught the box. He curiously opened the lid, wanting to see what was inside. Ma Jin said nothing, just smirked. When he opened it, inside was a large, round, shining pearl. Its golden color emitted waves of brilliant light. It lies in the center of the box, covered by red silk, he said. The spirit elixir of the Blue Sky Society. Now it's yours. The meaning was clear. The spoils of war he earned after taking on 11 people. A gray-haired guard, clutching a sword, stood on the rooftop. Another leaned against a wooden pillar. 2 men, one gray and one black, stood guard near the wooden pillar. Beck Mirayo, strolling leisurely, began to speak. That monstrous one-sword devil, Beck Mirayo. She glanced at the gray-haired young man beside her and said, the ninefold heaven's medicine of the Blue Sky Squad, a renowned swordsman. And yet, he was also defeated. Beck Mirayo looked away, as if lost in thought. Then she continued, he's also humble, polite, and diligent. His ability to analyze martial arts is extraordinary. The long-eared, gray-haired young man sat leisurely on the steps and cheerfully replied, truly a rare talent. Beck Mirayo frowned and said, every time I fight someone and execute a certain technique. Beck Mirayo recalled the scene. The image of Zhang Ryanson unleashing a powerful punch appeared vividly. She said, immediately, he was able to stand beside me and replicate the technique with a different stance. More fluid, more refined, even... What? His swordsmanship is even more refined than mine, she spoke, recalling the powerful blue energy emanating from Zhang Ryankian's hand. Beck Mirayo trembled slightly at the image, saying, I was so intimidated that I didn't dare use my secret martial arts in front of him. Because of his innate ability to replicate martial arts, the gray-haired young man closed his eyes and said, it's as if he knew it all along. They both said in unison, he truly is a monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Ryankian was sitting in Ma Chion's room. He paced around, assessing Zhang Ryankian, and said, I don't know how much medicinal power you can absorb. Usually it's 6 to 7 times. Sometimes even less. Zhang Ryankian's face showed a hint of concern. As if lost in thought, Ma Chion continued, even if you don't achieve the desired results, don't rush. If you do, he paused for a moment, then continued, your dantian and meridians will be damaged. Zheng Lianshan replied, yes, Captain. Ma Jin crossed his arms, looked Zheng Lianshan up and down and said, place the spirit pill into the flow of your true qi and continue circulating your qi until it dissolves. That's the key to using the spirit pill. If your true qi becomes unstable, I will intervene. Don't panic. Just go with the flow. He held the spirit pill in his hand. Yes. A brief reply. Then he put it in his mouth. Zheng Lianxin closed his eyes tightly to feel the flow of spiritual energy within his body. As soon as the spirit pill entered his body, its medicinal power began to spread. The spirit pill was indeed releasing a tremendous amount of medicinal power. It slowly spread throughout Zheng Lianxin's body. He could feel it very clearly. A surge of medicinal power burst forth. The powerful wind blew the lid off the box containing the spirit pill. Ma Jin is truly the leader. He stood firm, unmoving. He stood there, observing Zhang Yunshin beginning to absorb the medicinal power from within the spirit pill. The energy radiating was incredibly intense. The wind whipped Zhang Yunshin's clothes. The two people sitting on the steps in front of Ma Jin's room, as if sensing something, turned their heads to look at each other and said in unison, "It has begun." I wonder just how powerful Junior Brother's inner strength will become after absorbing this spirit pill. They began to feel curious. A fiery red sunset enveloped the sky. Gradually, the illusion took the shape of the spirit pill. The medicinal power from the spirit pill surged out more and more intensely. Zhang Yunshin focused on guiding it throughout his body in order to absorb it most effectively. Sweat poured down his face due to exerting so much inner force. Ma Chun, standing nearby, was equally nervous. He thought to himself, even though it's his first time absorbing a spirit pill, the flow of my junior brother's true chi is so natural and smooth. I didn't even have a chance to help him. Energy radiated from Zhang Ryawan's entire body, creating a gentle breeze, but it soon dissipated into the air, returning the room to its original tranquility. Zhang Ryawan's eyes were still closed, and a moment later, he slowly opened them. Zhang Ryawan saw his hands, surrounded by spiritual energy, and became bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Ma Chen clearly saw the scene just now. Sweat dripping down his face, he said tremblingly, "Congratulations on completely absorbing the medicinal power of the spirit pill." Zhang Ryawan was astonished by his own power. His eyes widened, and he said, "My true chi is much stronger than before." Ma Jin couldn't believe his eyes. He thought to himself, I can't believe he absorbed all the medicinal power of the spirit pill. And he did it all by himself, without anyone's help. Zhang Ryanson opened his eyes wide. He sensed the presence of his senior brothers and sisters, who were guarding all around. Admiring his own advanced internal energy, he thought to himself, I can sense energies that I could never perceive before. The senior brothers surrounding this place. He was protecting me while I was absorbing the spirit pill, because I was very vulnerable to attack at that time. Zhang Ryanson slowly stood up and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for protecting me." He hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak up anyway. The captain, hearing Zhang Ryanson's call, turned his head to look. Zhang Ryanson's face was serious as he hesitantly asked everyone, "Why is Ma Guangyok treating me so well?" Ma Jinbi lets out a chuckle. He confidently says, "It's not just you. Everyone in Ma Guangyok is like that." He speaks while recalling the disciples in Ma Guangyok, and then remembers the times they fought together, risking life and death. He continues, "After a few life-or-death experiences in Jianghu, you'll get used to it. The stronger your martial arts become, the stronger our Ma Guangyok becomes." The senior brothers and sisters laugh and chat, their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhang Ryankian listens and simply stands there, observing silently. The sky is pitch black. Zhang Ryankian sits on a red chair in his room. His hands are clasped together in front of his lower body. His eyes are closed. Zhang Ryankian slowly opens his eyes and thinks to himself, "My internal energy has increased. It's much stronger than before. I must go to the training grounds to test it, to see how much his martial arts skills have progressed." Zheng Lianxin thought as he walked towards the training grounds. Suddenly, Beck Mirio appeared nearby. She approached and asked, "Junior brother." Zheng Lianxin turned towards the sound, clearly seeing who it was. He asked, "Senior Ilian Geometry Ma?" Might be first-rank sword demon. Ilian can mean several things. Beck Mirio put her hands on her hips and looked at Zheng Lianxin, asking, "Couldn't resist coming to practice, could you?" He rubbed his head and replied, "Yes." Beck Mirio looked indifferent and said, "Me too. After watching your match, I suddenly felt the urge to come here." Zheng Lianxin asked in surprise, "Did you gain some enlightenment, senior?" "Congratulations, senior." Beck Mirio pivoted on her foot and replied, "Just a little." She wasn't shy at all, but pointed to the stage and made a suggestion. If you already have plans to practice, I'm sorry, but would you mind sparring with me? Jong Ryanjin didn't refuse. Clasping his hands in front of him, he replied, well, I can practice on my own anytime. The opportunity to spar with senior Ilian Geometry Ma, first Link Sword Master, doesn't come around often. Beck Mirio said with satisfaction, just call me Beck's senior sister. Jong Ryanjin smiled, then I'll follow your lead. They both walked to opposite ends of the stage. Jong Ryanjin drew his sword, saying, I'll take the first move. Beck Mirio was not afraid, but instead exuded the confident arrogance of a strong person. She beckoned him to attack with a wave of her hand. Her two fingers continued to beckon. Jong Ryanjin stared intently at Beck Mirio. Immediately after, using lightning speed, he dashed towards Beck Mirio and thrust his sword straight at her chest. But she easily sidestepped it. Jong Ryanjin's attack looked powerful, but against the first Link Sword Master, according to Beck Mirio, he was like a mouse full of holes. She grabbed Jong Ryankian's hand and the hilt of his sword, then suddenly closed in on Jong Ryankian's face. With lightning speed, taking him completely by surprise, Beck Mirio firmly grasped Jong Ryankian's sword-holding hand with one hand, while the other gathered a dark purple energy. She struck Jong Ryankian directly in the stomach. The blow didn't look very strong, but when unleashed, it radiated an extraordinary power. Beck Mirio's inner power was unfathomable, so profound that with just a surge of energy, it pierced through Jong Ryankian's entire body. He frowned as he was hit, realizing the danger. Jong Ryankian was lucky to remain standing after that punch, but Beck Mirio had no intention of stopping. Her hand continued to swing for another blow. Jong Ryankian was no pushover either. He quickly gathered his own blue energy around her hands. Two punches filled with inner force from both sides, aimed directly at each other, creating an explosive collision. But Jong Ryansin was still a step below Beck Miri. His inner force, when clashing with Beck Miri's, was neutralized and pushed back. Jong Ryansin retreated several steps, creating distance from Beck Miri. He was tired but maintained a defensive stance. Beck Miri spoke first. As expected, Jong Ryansin, looking at her hand, hesitantly said, Senior sister, have you mastered Inch Punch? Beck Miri replied, yes. A swordsman who has mastered the Magwangiak demon light sword art cannot rely solely on the sword. Inch Punch is very useful in close combat. She recalled the time she sent the bulky guy flying with this very Inch Punch technique. Moreover, when dealing with those who have a protective aura of true chi, you can use Inch Punch to break through that defense first. Use your inner chi more fluidly when you strike. The Inch Punch is truly effective. Beck Mirio said, retracting her chi. Jong Ryansin listened intently. He raised his hand, asking to speak. Senior sister, may I have a word? Beck Mirio happily replied, go ahead. Jong Ryansin said, honestly, since I was young, I've had a very keen sense of chi. I feel like your chi flow is a bit. Hearing this, Beck Mirio was stunned. They both froze, looking at each other. Unsure, she hesitantly asked, can you see the flow of chi? Beck Mirio asked in surprise, you can see the flow of chi? Jong Ryansin, gripping his sword, replied, not exactly. Hearing this, Beck Mirio asked again, then how did you know? He softly replied, I can't see the flow of inner chi circulating within another person's body. I can only sense the flow of internal energy and the ripples of inner chi that emanate outward. Beck Mirio, with a dubious expression, said, just that alone is already unbelievable. She continued, such sensitive perception. I doubt anyone but a purple-clad master could possess it. A little explanation about purple-clad masters. They are those who wear purple robes, representing the pinnacle of the hierarchy within Ibuang Fortress. White-clad, green-clad, black-clad, purple-clad. Beck Mirio, with her hands on her hips and eyes closed, continued. But if it's you, all right, I'll listen to my junior brother. Having said that, she opened her eyes and said, on closer inspection, Senior Sister Beck's palm techniques seem more suited to internal energy, rather than inch strike, chun gaiak. As she was speaking, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Jong Ryanshin's face became tense. That's strange. He stared intently at his hand. He recalled his recent fight with Beck Mirio. In other words, Senior Sister's energy flow seems more compatible with internal energy. If Senior Sister used internal energy to unleash her techniques, their power would increase exponentially. Beck Mirayo spoke, junior brother, her eyes becoming calm, with a hint of sadness. She said, "In your eyes. Am I such a fool that I don't know how to harness internal energy? That's precisely why I don't use internal energy in my techniques." Her eyes became even more unreadable than before. The two stood in silence for a long time, neither speaking. Only Jong Ryanson remained motionless, his hand outstretched. He thought for a moment, then said, "I apologize, senior sister. I misspoke." Beck Mirayo turned away, waving goodbye. "No, I'm the one who should apologize and thank you." With that, she turned and walked away briskly. Jong Ryanson remained standing there, watching her silhouette disappear from view. A voice echoes from a brightly lit room. "Captain Seola saw through my martial arts." Inside the room, the speaker is Beck Mirayo, and a man sitting on a chair is Ma Chion. Beck Mirayo continues, "Did you tell Seola about the origins of my martial arts?" Ma Chion replies, "What are you talking about? How could I discuss such an important matter with Seola?" Hearing this, she seems puzzled, thinks for a moment, and then says, "Then how could he?" Ma Chion continues, "Could it be that Seola saw through your modification of the 7-star heavenly demon divine technique?" Beck Mirayo replies, "It seems so." Ma Chion smirks slightly. He stands up, leaning on the chair with one hand. He placed his other hand on the table and said slowly, "So young. He is special. A rare talent under the heavens." Ma Jin walked, hands clasped behind his back, saying, "From time to time, people like that appear in this world. The Myong clan, the Cheol clan, or peerless masters." Beck Mirayo stood there listening. She asked the captain inquisitively, "So, can So Young be compared to them?" Ma Jin replied, "Yes, he is the future of Ifwang Fortress." Ma Jin's expression became even more serious, and he said, "Though those who haven't met So Young might think differently, there is no reason to underestimate his advice." Beck Mirayo hesitantly asked, "Could it be that you want to discuss the Kionma Sinjil, heavenly demon divine arts, with So Young?" "What?" Ma Jin approached, lowering his face, and said, "That's right. You've reached the limit of self-study, and I don't have the time. Now, we can only rely on the young master." His eyes turned cold and menacing. Ma Jin recalled Jong Ryankian's demeanor and continued, "He can make everything his own. He has the makings of a true grandmaster." Hearing this, Beck Mirayo was utterly astonished. She exclaimed, "A grandmaster?" Ma Jin, holding the report in his hand, asked, "Is there a problem?" "If there is, it's his personality." Then he glanced at Beck Mirayo and instructed, "Go and see how the young master treats his comrades in such a critical situation." He handed the report to Beck Mirayo and added, "See if he is a person who values loyalty and righteousness." Ma Jin remembered Jong Ryankian's sword-wielding posture and said, 5 years. He continued with a sigh, "Within 5 years, the young master will replace me as the captain." The sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains. Horses galloped on the road, raising clouds of dust. It's Jong Ryan's group galloping forward. On their horses, Beck Myri is following behind. As she gallops, she thinks to herself, recalling Ma Jin's words to her, "Observe for yourself the character of the one who will become your superior." The sky grows darker and darker. The group continues to race forward. At the Pyongyang town relay station, Jong Ryan's group arrives. It's completely dark now. He dismounts his horse. Hyan Waisong sighs and complains. 10 days of straight riding. Jong Ryan glances at Chong Mine, who is engrossed in caring for his horse. Then he glances at Beck Myri. Inside a room, quite similar to the previous one, a voice echoes out again. Recently, someone joined the Blood Flame cult. They occupied a small village, periodically slaughtering livestock and destroying the villagers' crops. As it turns out, Ma Jin was talking to Jong Ryanson's group. He continued, "The location is Ping County Town, south of Shaanxi." He said, "The Shaanxi branch should have handled this, but recently, the sacred elixir of the Huashan sect was stolen." Hearing this, Hyan 1SA was surprised, his eyes widening, and said, "The Huashan sect lost their sacred elixir? Could it be the Zixiao Dan? The sacred elixir on par with the Shaolin temples, Daehuan Dan?" "What?" Ma Jin replied, "It seems so." This is causing a stir throughout the Shaanxi martial arts world. He continued, looking quite tense and serious. "So they've asked for help from our headquarters. You all should go and resolve this." All 4 of them listened intently to Ma Jin. Jong Ryan Sin, Simi, the blood cult. Suddenly, a voice rings out. I sent the letter long ago. Why are you only arriving now? Two figures, one fat, one thin, a master and a servant, enter through the door. The fat one speaks. I thought you would respect the authority of Imwang Fortress, the #1 clan under heaven, and arrive quickly. But you've taken your sweet time, haven't you? The group sitting there looks puzzled, unsure of who this newcomer is. Both sides stand there, staring at each other. The fat man, with a scowl on his face, continues. You only sent these brats? He looks over at Zhang Ryan's group and asks, you think you can catch him? With just this many people? Zhang Ryan calmly asks, what is this? The fat man exclaims in surprise. What is this? The soldier behind him speaks up. There are some foolish officials who don't know their place. Because there are so many counties, there are bound to be many who are ignorant. I've never encountered a true martial arts master. That's why. The more Tonbin spoke, the more the fat official's face turned sour. He continued, there are people like this, who treat the imperial palace like it's their own playground. Hearing this, the official furiously roared. What? You insolent fool? Zhang Ryanson spoke up, asking, can I use acupoint sealing on him? Tonbin scratched his head and replied, yeah, deal with it quickly, and let's go. Then, Baek Mirio approached ready to strike. The fat official yelled in anger. You! Before he could finish, he was silenced by an acupoint strike. He glared furiously at Zhang Ryanson, but he was helpless. We don't take orders from you, he said. The skinny man accompanying the fat official ran over in fear, crying out, my lord! Meanwhile, Zhang Ryan's group left, abandoning the others. Haiyan, walking behind, asked Zhang Ryan, young Master Zhang, you also know pressure point techniques? He replied, yes. Correcting himself, he continued, I've been thinking for a while. It's becoming increasingly difficult to call you young master. He moved closer and said, from now on, I'll call you young hero Zhang. Zhang Ryan responded, as you wish, divine hero Huang. Haiyan, who was walking, suddenly stopped. His face lit up with joy, as he silently thought about what Zhang Ryan had just said, divine hero Huang. A hand rested on Zhang Ryan's shoulder. It was Chong Maing. He approached and said, do you know the saying, Guanmu Bul Sangxium? Revised romanization, Guanmu Bul Sangxium. Officials and martial artists do not interfere with each other. He continued, but we are freer than other martial artists when interacting with officials, since the emperor permits it. If those fools look down on us as if we are bound, it's hard to teach them a lesson. Zhang Ryanqian looked at Chong Maing and continued, that is entering the imperial city. Baek Yuiri stepped forward adding, but don't go overboard. She continued, you're doing the right thing. Zhang Ryanqian replied, yes. While they were talking, Haiyan Soul suddenly exclaimed in surprise, ha! He looked towards the village and said, look over there. In the village, Chong Maing also wondered. From afar, a group of strangers approached, wielding weapons. A red-haired man with a sword stood laughing loudly. A man holding a hoe raised it and shouted, hey you! He angrily grabbed a child by the arm, shouting, silence. Seeing this situation, Zhang Ryanqian, with an enraged expression, thought to himself, bloody flame mercenaries. Immediately, he dashed towards those people like the wind. Gripping his sword tightly, Zhou Ryanson dashed forward like the wind. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power beside him. Looking over, he saw it was Chong Maing, also rushing forward at incredible speed. He thought to himself, he's as fast as lightning. Is that the grass-soaring swift footwork, the unique skill of the Maiyang clan? Suddenly, on his right side, Baek Mirio also charged forward with her sword. Next was Haiyan Chong. His face was drenched in sweat. He thought, damn it, all three of them were moving faster than Zhou Ryanson. He looked at them, thinking to himself, I've underestimated footwork techniques. At the Zhou family manor, I never learned any proper footwork worth mentioning. He glanced at the ferocious red-haired man. The man swung his sword, splattering blood all over it. The man sitting nearby cried out in fear, hey, are you all right? The one who was slashed couldn't utter a word. The villain looked at the two of them, grinning maliciously, a truly sinister, bone-chilling smile. The villagers stood there, enraged, raising their sticks in defiance. They roared, you bastard, let go of the child. Another person cradled the one who had been slashed, wailing desperately, wake up. The atmosphere was utter chaos. The red-haired man, still clutching the crying baby, yelled, shut up. This child's life force is incredibly strong. He then drew his sword. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned around. It was Chong Maing, sword in hand, slashing directly towards him. He was astonished, unable to dodge in time. He was knocked backwards by Chong Ming's blow. He tried to resist, but failed. He quickly jumped back, regaining his footing. The red-haired man stared at his hand, his face etched with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the baby was safely nestled in Chong Ming's arms. Seeing the symbol on Chong Ming's clothes, he exclaimed in terror, "If Wang Xiang," assuming If Wang Xiang is a place/organization. Then he stammered, and Chong Yui, assuming Chong Yui is a rank/title. Immediately, Baek Miria dashed forward. He clicked his tongue. Casting a spell, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Both Chong Ming and Baek Miria watched intently, but he suddenly let out a yell. Then, like a rocket, he soared into the sky, escaping from the two of them. You could call it cowardly, but you have to admit, the guy's pretty quick. Leaving the two of them standing there in complete astonishment. Chong Ming looked at him and asked, "Who was that guy?" Baek Miria replied, "Judging by that speed, it's likely he's using footwork with all his life force. The blood flame cult really is..." She glanced to the side mid-sentence. Two people, Zhang Ryanshin and Haiyan Wanseng, were slowly approaching, panting heavily, looking utterly exhausted. By the time they arrived, everything was already over. It was late at night. Chong Ming sat down on a bench. Meanwhile, Baek Miria stood there with her arms crossed and said, "Haiyan Wanyang." She continued, "Your martial arts skills are on par with Baek Ui, but your stamina is lacking. You need to focus more on building your stamina in the future." Haiyan Wanyang clasped his hands and replied, "Yes." She continued, and Zhang Ryansin. Baek Miria looked at him and said, "Your foundation is incredibly solid. So solid that I don't think anyone in the 9 great sects and the 8 great families can compare." Zhang Ryansin stood there looking dejected, while Baek Miria continued, "Seeing you run without any special techniques, I understood clearly. Just considering your footwork, I doubt anyone in the Magwang sect can match you." Then she pointed at Chong Ming and said, "Even that weakling Chong Ming of the Mayong clan." He chuckled and replied, "That's right, you don't need to be sad because my own lightness skill." Finishing his words, he glanced towards him. Zhang Ryawan remained silent, not saying a word. Chong Ming stood up and said, "Zhang Ryawan." He looked directly at him and asked, "Do you want to learn my footwork?" Hearing this, Zhang Ryawan exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" He asked again, "Footwork?" Chong Ming replied, "Although it's called footwork, I can't teach you the martial arts of my sect. This is the movement technique of the Mayong people. It's empty. Do not translate. It's empty. Do not translate. I've already taught those who wanted to learn in the Magwang Silrock, but none of them have succeeded." Chong Ming demonstrated the footwork. Though it is referred to as footwork, his feet glowed brightly. Chong Ming continued, "It doesn't have any formal system." Watching Chong Ming perform the technique, "I've taught those who wanted to learn from the Magwang Silic, but no one has ever succeeded." Chong Ming demonstrates the footwork. More accurately, it's footwork. The ground beneath his feet glows brightly. Chong Ming continues, "But it doesn't have any systematic form." Watching Chong Ming perform the technique, Jiang Ryongsin thinks to himself, "Qi at the tips of his toes. But I don't see him circulating any qi." Then he continues, "This is just normal walking and running." The next second, he can easily jump high into the air. His feet touch the trunk. He quickly ascends to the branch and then to the top. While observing Chong Ming's performance, Jiang Ryongsin thinks to himself, "Light and soundless." He stands watching for a long time and then exclaims in his thoughts, "Indeed, it is the movement technique of the Mayong clan. Though it's not qi, there's something akin to qi supporting the body." Chong Ming gently landed back on the ground. At this point, Zhang Ryangshin continued his deep contemplation. Even his landing is as soft as a falling leaf. Chong Ming asked, "Do you understand?" Zhang Ryangshin, with his hand on his chin, said, "I'm thinking about how to use qi to create wind, because I don't have a special ability like the Myung clan." Hearing this, Chong Ming was surprised. "What?" he asked again. "Sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with just one look." "Huh." He looked over and replied, "Isn't that what you wanted me to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood there, stunned, speechless. Zhang Ryankian continued, "Thanks to you, I've come up with some ideas. If I segment the movements and divide the qi into smaller parts." At this time, Haiyan Yangxiang spoke up, "Tired. That will probably take a very long time. So, if you'll excuse me, I'll go find a place to rest first." Outside, it was quiet. Zhang Ryankian closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts. He remembered earlier, when Changmying used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fly up to a tall tree. His body gradually began to exude a surge of power. His eyes lit up brightly. Changmying was relaxing on a hammock strung between tree branches outdoors, when he suddenly woke up, sensing a strange noise. It was Zhang Ryanqian. He opened the door, stepped outside, and stood in the middle of the yard, then looked down at his feet. A beam of light appeared, different from Changmying's. This light was jade green. Seeing this, Changmying was utterly astonished. He exclaimed, "What the heck is this?" Zhang Ryanqian was casting a spell, create spiritual energy beneath his feet and slowly moving. The sparrows were busy eating worms. Han Baiziong was in the yard, practicing with his sword. Changmying lay on the hammock, watching him practice, and said, "It's unbelievable. It's only been a month. And you've already mastered the Myeongjong footwork to this level?" He continued, "There's no denying it. You have the talent of a grandmaster. Even our captain has to put in a lot of effort to cultivate." Hearing Changmying speak, Baekmirayo, he thought, remembering the words of the demon god, "Go and assess the strength of the one who will become your superior." Co Hyenwan spoke up, "But is it really all right to send young Master Yinshin alone?" Baekmirayo replied, "Those little rats have been cowering in their holes for a month now. Moreover," she continued, "this is just a reconnaissance mission. Yinshin alone is more than enough." In the dense forest, the sound of footsteps moving rapidly. It was Zhang Ryan, rushing forward at breakneck speed. The young man ran and thought, "My body feels significantly lighter. The speed and power distribution of my swordsmanship are completely different." He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "How interesting." In the very next second, he accelerated, his figure quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Below the cliff, there's a humble house and a man sitting on a rock. Zhang Ryan quietly hides in the bushes, observing. He thinks to himself, "Finally, I found their lair. Now I just need to go back and report." Suddenly, he hears a noise and turns to look. That vicious red-haired guy is biting a child's neck to suck their blood. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ryan is shocked and furious. The red-haired guy, with a ferocious expression, keeps sucking the child's blood. He stands still, observing. The sound of blood-sucking echoes in his ears. Suddenly, he senses something is amiss and looks around. It's Zhang Ryan. He's standing right in front of the red-haired guy. He puts the child down and asks, "Who are you?" He sees his uniform and continues, "That uniform? Imperial Guard?" Ryan's face is now filled with murderous intent. The guy, with a fierce look, wipes the blood from his mouth. Then he grabs his sword, approaches him, and says, "You came alone?" He chuckled smugly, "Fool, just a white-clad nobody daring to come here alone?" Then he roared, "You'll regret this." Before he could finish, Zhang Ryan swiftly sliced his neck with a single stroke. Blood spurted everywhere. His face remained ice-cold, his grip on the sword unwavering. The man's head rolled away from his body. Zhang Ryan stood there, silently gazing at the child lying on the ground. The child's neck was soaked in blood, the body utterly cold. Witnessing this, he fell into a somber silence. Zhang Ryan, the god, was reminded of a scene from the past. Those who had fallen victim to these villains. He clenched his sword tighter, a surge of powerful energy coursing through him. Then he thought, "I can't let them live." His gaze turned colder and more resolute than ever. He said, "Child, wait just a moment. Once I'm done, I'll give you a proper burial." With that, he drew his sword. A wave of chilling, icy air rushed forth. He took his stance, ready to strike his target. His eyes glowed brightly, reflecting his determination. Then he roared, "Magical light secret, speed sword style." With a single slash, the house in front of him was instantly destroyed. The blood flame cultists inside screamed in terror. What was that? Then they saw his figure outside. Zhang Ryanshin. Immediately, he lunged his sword straight inside. A fatal blow. He stepped inside, pressing the sword firmly against the man's chest. He spoke coldly. "You blood flame cultists worship the strong, don't you?" The man's face contorted in horror. Zhang Ryanqian continued, "So, how does it feel to be killed by someone stronger?" Immediately, the man collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot, without uttering a single word. He stared ahead in astonishment. A deep, dark cave came into view. He looked at it, thinking to himself, from within the cave, a powerful energy is emanating. Zhang Ryanqian continued to deduce. So this place isn't just a hideout for a few blood flame cultists, but a branch of the blood flame cult? He slowly approached the cave, then suddenly stopped. From inside the cave, a group of people rushed out, shouting, "How dare you attack this place?" A horde of red-haired figures appeared, screaming, "Kill him! Avenge our brothers!" Zhang Ryanqian was startled. "That guy's here too?" They continued to yell even louder. "You dare come here for revenge?" Instantly, he leaped into the air and dashed towards them, drawing his sword with lightning speed. He slashed fiercely at them. In just a split second, the blood-flame cultists dropped dead on the spot, falling flat on the ground. Only Jiangrian remained standing. He looked into the cave, and a voice echoed out. A very loud voice. "A mere white-clad initiate dares to be so insolent." Jiangrian's face was filled with tension. From within the cave, someone slowly emerged, accompanied by a surge of dark, crimson power. He stood there, thinking to himself, "This ominous aura, it's not from them." A man with long red hair approached Jiangrian. He stared at him intently. Then he thought, much stronger than the ones before. This red-haired guy, his face looks far more terrifying than the others. He looked at him, lost in thought. Part of his body is gradually returning to its original form. That's a sign of a true master. Refine their inner energy to its purest form. He held his breath, thinking, then there's only one possibility. The head of this branch is also the strongest. He began to draw his sword. Zhang Xin thought to himself, the blood flame cult calls him the blood slaughter sword. He, with eyes burning red, spoke, "I will use your pain to replenish my blood energy." He still stood there observing, taking no action, but his face now showed extreme tension. The one who stepped out was none other than the blood slaughter sword, the title given to the leader of the blood flame cult branch. To ordinary people and lower-level martial artists, they are like living embodiments of Yama, the king of hell, and few masters are powerful enough to defeat them. At this moment, an arrogant individual and an ordinary person were facing each other, a completely uneven battle. The red-haired man glared at Zhang. He, with a tense expression, stared back. He gripped the sword tightly, thinking, "I'll strike first." He recalled the past and thought, "In the past, I've also used this tactic to win." Instantly, he swung his sword towards the red-haired man. The man arrogantly said, "Has your widespread fame throughout the capital made you this arrogant?" He put all his strength into the slash. But the man didn't flinch at all. He unleashed his next move, water-crushing strike. At this moment, his face grew even more worried. All his techniques were easily neutralized by the man. Suddenly, he launched a critical strike. The man blocked it but realized this strike was different from before. He was knocked back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang dashed towards him. His eyes shone with determination. He puts all his might into a decisive blow, but he still blocks it. His expression begins to change. He laughs loudly. "Impressive. You still won't give up?" He thinks to himself, "Just impressive?" Remembering those who died unjustly, he grits his teeth. He unleashes a powerful strike, thinking, "I'm not the same as before." The man tries to grab him with his hand, but Zhang quickly grabs his hand and twists it back. His face darkens, and he lowers his head. Then, he angrily raises his remaining hand, roaring, "You bastard!" Zhang gives him a cold glare. The sword in his hand swings, severing the hand he just raised. Witnessing his hand separated from his body, he's utterly horrified. Zhang then gets into position, rushes forward, and aims a sword straight at his stomach. The man clutches the sword embedded in his belly. He vomits blood. Blood dripped down, falling onto Zhang hand and splattering across his face. He roared in fury, "I've been done in by a white-clad brat." Zhang looked at him coldly and said, "It seems all you know is how to inflict suffering on others." With that, he gripped his sword tightly and yanked it out of his body, thus ending the life of a cruel and vicious man. Seeing the blood splattered all over the ground, the red-haired man collapsed, lying motionless. From his blood emanated a dark, sinister aura. Zhang stood there, looking exhausted. He looked around, witnessing the scene of corpses strewn everywhere. He glanced in another direction. Seeing a large pit, he drew his sword. Slowly he approached it. It turned out that in that pit was the burial place of countless innocent lives, drained of their blood by the blood cult followers, leaving behind only withered husks. One by one, people died with their eyes wide open. From the old to the young, they spared no one. He looked at them, his heart heavy with sorrow. Zhang spoke, "May they all find peace." Night had fallen, and the room was lit. Han Wanxiang stared in surprise. Chong Ming also looked intently. It was Zhang Ryanqian, his body covered in blood, carrying a child on his back. He slowly walked forward. Han Wanxiang said, "Young hero Zhang," he said to the child. Han Wanxiang responded, "This child isn't dead yet." Baek Miri asked, "Did you take the blow? What happened? How are you unharmed?" He looked at his body and said, "Ah." He continued, "I'm fine. This isn't my blood. I found a place that looks like a branch of the blood flame cult." Hearing this, Baek Miri replied, "That's good. I'm glad you're all right." Suddenly, from her calm, eyes-closed state, she slowly opened her eyes and then shouted, "A branch of the blood flame cult." Zhang Ryanson said, 8 red-haired blood flame cult followers, including the one who caused trouble in Pyongyang town, are there. And there's one very strong guy, with hair that's both red and black. Hearing this, Chong Ming and Baek Miri were both extremely surprised. She asked further, "Black and red hair? The blood fiend cult? The swordsmanship of the blood flame cult? Then it really is a branch of the blood flame cult," she exclaimed in astonishment. "I never thought there would be a branch of the blood flame cult here." Chong Ming picked up the sword on the table, examining it closely. Then he stated, "Whatever the mission is, the blood flame cult is an enemy of the imperial capital. From now on, we will annihilate this branch of the blood flame cult." Chong Ming continued, "Xiao Yi, you've done a great service. Go and rest." Baek Miri patted Zhang Ryanson on the shoulder and added, "That's right. Chong Ming and I will go and take care of the blood flame cult branch." Han Wan Chong intervened, saying, "The two of you don't need to go. Just mobilizing the government soldiers is enough." He continued, "We also need someone to take care of the victims." Hearing this, the two of them paused. Han Wan Chong asked, "If just the government soldiers are enough, and we need someone to care for the victims?" Baek Miri asked suspiciously, "Xiao Yi, did you single-handedly destroy the blood slaughter cult, the sword and blood flame cult?" Zhang Ryanson calmly replied, "Yes, I wiped them all out." Chong Ming asked incredulously, "You destroyed an entire branch of the blood flame cult by yourself?" He answered, "The footwork that senior brother taught me was very useful." Hearing that, both Chong Ming and Baek Miri were. He was speechless with astonishment. Baek Miri spoke up, "The blood cult sword has incredible regenerative abilities. Didn't you know?" Hearing this, Zhang Ryanson exclaimed in surprise. "Ha!" She continued, "There have been many cases where people defeated the blood cult sword, but were unaware of blood art's regenerative abilities, and were stabbed in the back and killed." He said, surprised, "Regeneration?" Zhang Ryanson held up the red strands of hair. Not just hair, but an entire head. He placed it on the table and said, "I see." The two of them stared intently at the head on the table. Zhang Ryanson whispered, "Regeneration? That's truly dangerous." Chong Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "It does have regenerative abilities, but even so." Night falls on Ifwang Fortress, shrouded in a quiet evening mist. A tall tower stands majestically in the vast expanse. In the distance, the sounds of revelry can still be heard. Inside the study, the bookshelves were neatly arranged. Though it was late at night, the room was still brightly lit. Ma Jin stepped away from his desk, turned to face the tightly closed window, and mused. "I thought it was a simple task, but we unexpectedly encountered the blood cult swordsman. But it's not necessarily a bad omen. At least it's an opportunity to observe that guy in white." He voiced his concerns while carefully analyzing the situation. Baek Miri heard him, and her expression turned serious. But Chong Ming, standing beside her, had the opposite demeanor. His eyes darted around the room, completely giving off the vibe of in one ear and out the other. Ma Chion glanced at them with a very calm expression. "Tell me, in that life-or-death moment, how did the young master behave?" Hearing his question, Baek Miri's eyes slightly averted, choosing not to answer the question. She thought to herself, "What's going on?" In contrast, the white-haired young man and the elf-eared person beside him scratched their chins, pondering the life-or-death moment. The middle-aged man finally turned his head slightly, looked at the two, and explained, "That's right, if the blood cult sword is there, it means there's a force equivalent to a branch there. Isn't that too dangerous for a mere Becky? Could it be that you two acted on your own, wiping them out, to protect Becky?" The question hit a nerve. "The thing is, I didn't have time to pay attention." Nijirai hesitantly began. Before, CMI had already single-handedly destroyed the entire blood flame cult branch while on a reconnaissance mission. Before she could finish, Ma Jin, as if seeing a ghost, whipped his head around to look at his two subordinates. With a look like an alien, his actions also confused the other two. Just like that, the three of them, six eyes stared at each other. Sweat poured down the captain's face like a stream. His face darkened slightly. Although his heart was boiling, he still tried to remain calm. So, you mean Seo Myeonj wiped out the blood cult alone? Destroyed the entire blood flame cult branch? Is that really true? Yes, Chong Mying affirmed firmly. The atmosphere fell silent again. The three looked at each other. The initial scene made Ma Chuan's face darken. He was completely speechless. Meanwhile, the main character of their conversation, Deong Ryusin, was leaning against the window with a thoughtful, pensive expression, gazing up at the night sky filled with stars and clouds. Lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly broke through, interrupting his musings. Hyun Young-related, plopping down on the small bed nearby, and cheerfully exclaimed, "It's so good to be back here. I feel great." Suddenly remembering something interesting, he grinned, looking towards Zhang Yushin, and inquired, "Young hero Zhang, when we entered the city earlier, the atmosphere was quite lively, wasn't it?" Hearing this, Zhang Yushin rested his chin on his hand, starting to reminisce. It was like there was a festival. He recalled the scene on the streets tonight. It seemed busier than usual. Everyone was dressed up, pouring out onto the streets. Red lanterns were hung everywhere, brightly illuminating the area. "It's not a festival," his friend immediately refuted. He glanced at Hyenwan, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, a hint of surprise in his eyes at the following statement. "But the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad has returned to contend for the position of Elder Council Chairman." At this point, he put his feet up, looked at the ceiling, and scoffed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lien Shun fell silent. But the other person paid no attention to his expression and just continued speaking. He also brought a young man with him, said to be the adopted son of the Imperial Horse family. Rumor has it he possesses extraordinary talent. Each sentence was like a stone thrown into a still lake. His hand, resting on the windowsill, gradually clenched into a fist. Blue veins popped out on the back of his hand. Lien Shin pursed his lips, his face ice cold. His expression didn't betray any emotion. He turned his head to look outside. "The royal family of the Wei clan, my maternal relatives, but they have never once visited me in this Sinsad district. Not even when my mother got married. And after they passed away, when I was born, they never even contacted me." Thoughts swirled endlessly in his mind. Outside the window, the distant scene was brightly lit and bustling, making the backlit silhouette of the young man appear even more solitary. He curled his lips into a faint smile. It's like something out of a legend. They almost completely severed ties with the daughter, who married into an ordinary family. He scoffed inwardly, gazing at the peaceful scenery of the night sky outside. The distant mountains shrouded in thick fog. The night sky glittered, resembling a miniature galaxy. Inside the study, Zhang Ryan stood tall before the desk, bowing respectfully to the man wearing a hooded cloak. "You called for me?" Ma Jin sat with his back turned, his expression pensive. Upon hearing the voice, sensing the youth's cold indifference, the old man turned back and carefully scrutinized every detail of the young man's face. He assessed him meticulously. His gaze towards Zhang Ryan became strange, as if wanting to see through every fiber of his being, to study him. The youth before him, though young, exuded an air of composure and confidence. His back was straight, his demeanor serious, his hand loosely gripping the saber at his hip. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by an aura. Astonishing, he thought to himself. His aura has changed completely. I heard he single-handedly wiped out the blood flame cult branch. It wasn't luck. As he thought this, his appraising gaze deepened. His eyebrows furrowed even more. Yinshin got goosebumps from the old man's stare. He wondered if this old man had called him here just to stare. The air fell silent, their eyes locked. After a moment, the man placed his hand on the table and pushed himself up, ignoring Ryanshin's surprised look. He started to walk away. "Let's go. The city lord wants to see you." At the words "city lord," Ryanshin furrowed his brow. His eyes became deep in thought. He thought to himself, City Lord Huang Song. She was a beautiful, alluring woman. She had striking, vibrant blue hair and eyes to match. A signature, radiant look. But never underestimate this seemingly delicate woman. With her soft hands, this guy's been fearless since the day he was born. He's just a high school student, but he can single-handedly take down the entire school gang, even notorious gangsters. covered in tattoos, get beaten to a pulp. When he's hungry, he jumps in the river and wrestles crocodiles. When he's bored, he goes into the forest and picks fights with monsters, just for kicks. No one can withstand a single punch from him. They all end up selling salt, meaning they're finished. He is Kang Taeju, the strongest high school student in Korea. The story begins when Taeju is walking with his best friend, Jit. Suddenly, they see a black hole appear in the sky, along with a booming voice. The apocalypse trial will begin now. They haven't even processed what apocalypse means when they're sucked into the black hole. Ma Jin leads the way. Lien Chun, clad in white, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, follows closely behind. As they reach the center of the courtyard, the crowd surrounding them grows larger. They gather, staring and whispering about it. This is the young master of Ma Guangik, the one who killed the blood cult swordsman. Two disciples eye his slender frame. The chubby young man strokes his chin thoughtfully. Unbelievable that a guy in white could kill a blood cult swordsman. Hearing him, the tall, thin one chimes in. He looks even younger than I imagined. Their comments are made without the slightest discretion, allowing everyone around to hear clearly. In the center, Ma Jin's pace slows. Just as Lien Chun is lost in thought, he suddenly hears him say, "It's understandable that everyone's paying attention to you." He calmly continues to explain. Single-handedly destroying the Blood Flame cult branch proves you're already a top master in Imwang Fortress. At this point, the captain stopped. Before them stood a towering, majestic skyscraper, imposing against the sky. This was their destination. Ma Jin smiled warmly and quickly led him inside. Yunsin followed behind, obediently agreeing with a quiet yes and following in his footsteps, leaving behind a group of blue and white-robed disciples, still whispering and gossiping amongst themselves. The captain maintained his leadership demeanor, walking sternly ahead. Passing the higher-ranking blue-robed disciples, he silently told himself, "I don't have as much time as they do. I must survive." Walking past each building towards the tall tower, the determination in his eyes grew stronger. "If you want to live, I must reach the realm of the leader of the Divine Sword Squad before I turn 20. From white-robed to blue-robed, a blue uniform and a higher status than now, like Baek Mayuri and Chong Maying. Then to black-robed, like Ma Jin. That's an even higher rank, a status and power that everyone desires. And finally, from the robes, the leader of the Divine Sword Squad, commanding 17 warrior teams. Stepping inside the hall, he was led to a room with a large, intricately carved door, exuding nobility and majesty. Ma Chun raised his hand, about to knock when he heard a voice from inside. Immediately, his arm froze in midair. "I heard you have a grandson. A holy lord, bloodline of a small family. What could he possibly do?" The voice that came out made the squad leader's expression turn incredibly grim. Even he fell silent. Then, both of them simultaneously heard a gentle voice speaking from within. "I hope you do not disgrace the name of the Imperial Ma family." Those gentle words caused Lu Chun to immediately furrow his brow. A chill ran through his heart. Another voice reached their ears. "This is the successor. Although he is from a branch family, his talent is exceptional." As soon as the other person finished speaking, the atmosphere between him and Ma Jin became even more silent. He couldn't stand it any longer and stopped knocking. Instead, he suddenly pushed the door open and entered the room. Ma Jin himself led the way inside. Lu Chen followed behind the two figures, one large and one small, walking with an air of authority. They both stopped, standing before the old man and the woman. The city lord sat upon her dragon throne, her relaxed posture revealing long, slender, pale legs. She had elven ears and smiled softly at them. Seeing the two approach, she tilted her head, her beautiful blue eyes narrowing slightly, assessing the handsome young man before her. Lien Shun, standing below, also looked towards her. Their eyes met. Suddenly, the young man felt a little lost. He noticed his captain clasping his hands in front of him, respectfully bowing to the two figures above. He quickly bowed his head, mirroring the captain's actions, clasping his hands in greeting. A voice echoed clearly in the room. "Greetings, City Lord." His hands covered half of his face. His head still slightly bowed, but his dark eyes still glanced upwards. "That person is..." His gaze stopped at an old man wearing a long, purple robe. Although his hair and beard were white, his aura was incredibly imposing. Beside him was a young man in a blue school uniform who looked at them with arrogance. Looking down at them, the former leader of the Divine Sword Squad, a purple-clad master even stronger than the demonic god captain, he thought to himself. His deep black eyes subtly assessed the old man's appearance. The person above was also looking down, his eyes narrow, a cold, haughty gaze of a superior. Immediately after, the old man took a step forward. "Are you the kid from Magwangi?" He approached him, his tall figure blocking out the light. His silver eyes stared intently at the young man, assessing him from head to toe as he asked, "Yamalonsel, former leader of the Divine Sword Squad. My grandson wanted to meet a peer of high skill, so I asked the city lord to arrange it," he said, while gesturing to introduce the smug-looking man in blue, the prodigious talent standing behind. He coldly observed the old and young man going with the flow before him. Hearing him say, "It's a pleasure to meet you," he thought to himself, "You seem to have no idea who I am." Lian Shun didn't respond, only casting his gaze to observe everyone present. The woman above had also been observing his expressions. She rested her chin on her hand, her eyes full of interest, a slight smile playing on her lips. The atmosphere in the room fell silent, until Ma Lianxi spoke again. "Recently, I've heard about you." He carefully examined every detail of the young man before him, even standing before two people of higher status and power. His expression remained indifferent, completely unfazed. Standing tall, he exuded a powerful aura. A faint blue spiritual light enveloped him. Hearing him, he slightly raised his dark eyes, calmly meeting his gaze. Their eyes locked. The old man glared, his voice laced with a hint of threat and disdain. "But seeing you with my own eyes, the rumors don't do you justice." Seeing that he showed no fear or reaction, the old man stroked his long beard. "You are truly strong. To reach such a realm at this age, it's unbelievable." The young man in blue behind him, hearing the praise, showed a clear expression of contempt, glancing at him briefly. At this, he finally reacted slightly, reluctantly, cupping his fists as a response to the compliment. The young man standing before the old man spoke in a calm voice, neither arrogant nor subservient. "Greetings, old master. I am Zhang Ryan of the Magwang Wing. I hope I won't disgrace the name of Emperor Yip Huang." Magwang spoke up. His polite demeanor made everyone's impression of him even better. "What did you say?" The old man stroked his beard, looking him up and down. His words caused everyone to finally pay attention to the captain. Magwang turned sharply to look at him, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. The person he brought was also staring at him in astonishment. The Ma Sangju, sitting above, heard this and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. The atmosphere inside the hall became tense. "Zhang Ryan of the Zhang clan?" Repeating the name, the old man suddenly jumped. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at him. Even the stroking of his beard stopped. Had his expression been caught by him? A glint appeared in his eyes, but his brow remained unfurrowed. Not a single emotion showed. On the opposite side, Ma Yun-suk was so terrified that sweat poured down his face. His eyes were wide open, his mouth agape you. He stammered for a while, unable to say anything more. He then clasped his hands together and calmly said, "Long time no see." Just then, the voice of the man beside him was equally surprised. Could it be Ma Jin next to him? His face darkened and stiffened. He turned his head and immediately saw his actions. His expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. His eyes also widened in astonishment, cold sweat pouring out. He stuttered loudly, "Are you my younger sister's son?" "Ma." His question also surprised him. He glanced over, a huge question mark appearing on his face. Younger sister? Yun thought to himself. Yun saw the astonished and incredulous expression of Captain Ma next to him, his face covered in sweat, his forehead bulging with veins. He raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, another uncle appears. And I've been close to him all this time without knowing. The three of them look at each other. Relatives recognize each other, but the silence is unusually thick. He thinks to himself, "So, he's my mother's older brother, my maternal uncle?" After a long pause, his even voice finally breaks the silence. Are you my uncle?" "I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with my mother's family tree. I was disowned by my own family." He says, his attitude still cold, like an outsider to the story, not talking about himself, but merely recounting someone else's tale. But his words, in everyone else's eyes, are a matter of great importance. The Ma family is once again shaken. His face turns slightly pale. What? He was shocked. Zheng family manor. Ma Marion was also astonished, looking at him. What did you say? They both exclaimed simultaneously, almost wanting to shout in his face. Zheng family manor was annihilated? Seeing their reactions, he was even more shocked. Looking at everyone's expressions, everyone stared at him in disbelief, wide-eyed, not pretending. It seems these two are completely unaware of this. Zheng family manor was annihilated. The former leader of the Divine Sword Squad, Ma, still couldn't believe this truth. His voice trembled. Impossible. Then he looked up at the beautiful woman on the high seat. She rested her chin on her hand, her face cold and emotionless, watching them like she was watching a play put on by some family. He called softly, City Lord. The old man looked directly at the young man, the one he personally appointed. May I have a private word with this young man? Ma Janssen hadn't expected that he would request a private meeting. He was a little startled, but as soon as Ma Janssen finished speaking, the old man's sharp, aged eyes glanced at the person in the chair. The meaning was clear. She couldn't refuse. The city lord lifted his delicate face, meeting the old man's intimidating gaze. His cherry-red lips moved slightly. A flash of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Before she could open her mouth, his strong strides moved forward. A steady, firm step. Janssen knelt on one knee, respectfully paying his respects to the seated woman. Without any arrogance, without flattery, and before everyone's gaze, he spoke. After all, I'm merely the child of a married-out woman. His gaze was resolute. While I deeply respect my maternal grandfather's accomplishments as a warrior entering the imperial city, I don't wish to discuss private matters here. His firm attitude surprised the old man, leaving him at a loss for words. His eyes could only stare at the silhouette of his grandson. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a soft yet powerful female voice rang out. Magwang's flash sword is truly remarkable. Hearing her call, the young man straightened up from his initial sword-carrying posture, his eyes looking straight ahead. The city lord's lips curled into a faint smile. Her red lips parted slightly, her words carrying an air of commanding presence. Your skill is truly commendable. Hearing her words, Ryu Shin closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and respectfully accepted the praise. But before she could finish her sentence, another, younger voice rang out. I can't accept this sudden interruption. He opened his eyes, staring directly at the source of the voice. His gaze was cold and arrogant. The one who had just spoken was a distant relative of the main branch of the family, raised by the Ma family patriarch, and brought here today to be presented to the city lord. He stared at him intensely, pointing directly at his face, and said rudely, I can't accept it. How can someone like him be a direct descendant of the patriarch? Yunjik was surprised, staring at him silently. His gaze was like looking at an idiot jumping around in front of him. But the other guy still refused to back down, hands on his hips, turning to the Ma family head to argue. How dare he be so disrespectful to the former god lord of the Divine Sword Squad? What does he mean? His words clearly implied a desire for the patriarch to punish him, but the young man still didn't react in the slightest to those accusations. It seems he doesn't realize that he's standing before the city lord of Imwang Fortress. Just as the man was venting all his grievances to the master, hoping to gain sympathy from everyone, he suddenly heard a cold and indifferent voice ring out. I don't need your approval, and I'm not one of your Imwang Ma family, he declared firmly, while stroking the black letter-on-white symbol on his arm. At that moment, he spread his hand open, revealing the mark to everyone. I am the young master of the blazing demon light. Having said that, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. His gaze held 3 parts contempt and 7 parts provocation. This infuriating expression of his just happened to hit the man's sore spot. This damn brat started turning pale, veins popping on his forehead, teeth grinding, staring fiercely at him. He's got some nerve. With just this one feint, Ryanson had successfully made him a laughingstock in front of the family head. He then turned to Ma Ryan-suk, pointing directly at him and saying, Please allow me to duel him. I will prove that he is unworthy of the family bloodline. But Ryanson calmly interrupted. He looked directly into the eyes of the old master. That won't be necessary. His dark eyes became even deeper, his gaze resolute, unwavering. He looked straight ahead, his expression stern. To the astonishment of everyone in the room, his voice became even clearer, with a hint of arrogant dominance. If you want me to teach you a lesson, I can accept the offer, but I have no obligation to prove my abilities. To you and your clan. The old man never expected that. The grandson he had neglected for so long would now be so powerful, standing before him and uttering these words. While he was lost in thought, the young man beside him was eager to take action. He looked like he was about to jump into a life-or-death fight. The veins on his forehead pulsed. At this moment, Lien Shin suddenly noticed the specially crafted metal gloves hanging on his waist. This guy. Do you mainly practice the fist techniques of the Wangma? Just as the two were getting tense, or rather, it was only the other guy who was overthinking and getting furious. A stern female voice cut in. Stop arguing. The languid yet alluring figure of the city lord on the throne stirred slightly, preparing to sit up. Yun Jik is my longtime friend, and So Yi is a promising subordinate. The city lord said, her expression turning serious. The two of you are in conflict. It's best to settle it the martial way. Bet something you both desire. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunsen flinched slightly. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. He became quiet, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Right then, the city lord, Huang Song, continued, her voice even, somewhat lazy, but not allowing for refusal. The smile on her lips deepened. So Yi, you won't gain anything from this. Because of my friendship with Yun Jik, no matter the outcome, I will grant you one request. Those words are clearly biased. Only a fool would deliberately ignore it. His expression turned serious. His gaze was fixed on the graceful figure of the woman above. After a moment of silence, Lianshin finally spoke. Is that all? Tinsha Mukwa. This seems like a title/name, leaving as is. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere became even more suffocating. But the woman kept her eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned. I already refused that matter, and my answer remains the same. She sat up straight in her chair, looking down at the young man standing straight below. Even if Lien Shi has retired, it's still not allowed. Your contributions when you were the leader of the Divine Sword Squad have already been compensated with something else. She paused for a moment, then continued, I can teach you one of my techniques. As soon as she finished speaking, the city lord offered Lianshin a condition, making all four of them jump in surprise. Their eyes, filled with disbelief, turned to her. He frowned, a flicker of light, a hint of emotion in his deep black eyes. Even the former leader, Mary Yeon Suk, was astonished. On this side, Majin furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. All three of them shared the same thought. Martial arts, taught by the Songju, the one hailed as the best under heaven. Personally, unlike him, the follower of the Ma family head stared intently at Songju, his face brimming with excitement. The smile on his face froze. His eyes filled with greed. He clenched his fist, trying to control his expression. Songju's martial arts. If I win, instead of following his foster father's wishes, he desired to learn that martial art. Even Grandpa chose someone like that as his successor. No matter how hard he tries to hide his schemes, they can't be hidden from everyone. Li Cheng said nothing, but his hand slowly clenched into a fist. After a moment of silence, he looked straight ahead, his eyes becoming resolute. I agree. In the arena of the Imperial City, Li Cheng stepped into the center. His opponent followed suit, stepping up from the other side. He casually removed the custom-made gloves from his waist and put them on, ready to fight. Three elders stood to the side, observing the two. The city lord looked at the two and said calmly, feel free. This is where I usually practice. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two became tense. Li Cheng looked up, glancing at his opponent, his face cold and expressionless. He didn't make any moves either. On this side, Ma Chanjin's grandson clenched his hands together tightly. His actions clearly showed his desire to quickly take down Chanjin. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Chanjin. Chanjin felt a flicker of unease and glanced towards the edge of the arena. The figure of an old man in a purple robe stood solemnly with his hands clasped behind his back, observing him. Ma Chan also wore a serious expression, his arms crossed over his chest. The young man looked at these two for a moment, then back at the aggressive opponent before him, feeling helpless. He thought to himself, seeing Ma Guang's brilliance is enough. Therefore, I don't need to unleash Wangma. Despite this thought, he raised his hand. His slender, calloused fingers spread out before him. The other man paused, taken aback by his action. Chanjin's fingers beckoned slightly. Without even glancing at him, Chanjin said coolly, "Come." His words and expression were dripping with utter provocation. He had clearly succeeded in enraging the young man in blue. Once again, the veins on his forehead bulged intensely. His face darkened, as if he'd just swallowed a whole load of bitter medicine. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and charged towards the young man. When he reached right in front of him, he gathered momentum, leaped into the air, and unleashed a thunderous punch. The force of his arm, combined with the weight of the massive glove, created swirling vortexes of wind. The punch, with its terrifying power, transformed into a golden beam of light, shooting straight for his face. But he simply raised his hand casually to block it, deflecting the powerful wind, without a single scratch on his handsome face. Then, he swiftly dodged to the side. The other man's entire body lunged forward with immense force, but only punched the empty air. A cloud of dust and wind kicked up, making his hair flutter. Although his punch had missed, the raging winds around him still carried tremendous destructive power. He still possessed a formidable attack power. Even so, it couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. Lien Shun felt the wind rushing past him and turned to face his opponent, who wore a triumphant expression. "Although your internal energy surpasses mine thanks to the elixir." Just then, he took a stance, channeling his energy, a terrifying power gathering in his palms. Gritting his teeth, preparing to deliver another blow. But Lien Shun was unfazed, dodging with effortless grace. He raised his hand, a gentle, blue spiritual energy spreading throughout the space, slowly coalescing. Water scripture. After this technique, his entire body seemed to transform into flowing water, soft and yielding. Evading all the relentless attacks, he struck to the left, and Lien Shun fluidly moved to the right. He struck to the center, and Lien Shun shifted to the other side. Just when it seemed he was about to connect, all of his opponent's attacks missed, or were neutralized with ease. As time passed, he began to lose patience. The young man tightened his gloves, increasing his power. He unleashed a decisive blow. Strength and inner power exploded in this strike. Contrary to his expectations, Janssen remained calm, his expression nonchalantly provocative. Using only one hand, he easily neutralized the punch. His other hand remained casually behind his back. Using the momentum, he gracefully jumped back, dodging the attack. Seeing that he couldn't even scratch him, he gritted his teeth in anger, roaring, "You bastard!" But inside, worry began to creep in. "Why aren't you drawing your sword?" "Because your fist technique is quite good." Just as he was trying to land a hit on Janssen, without him noticing, a sudden beam of light shot past, grazing his head. He was astonished. When he looked up, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Zheng Lianshan floated in midair, effortlessly dodging his punch. He tilted his body, evading the attack, his usually cold face now showing a hint of a friendly smile. "As it happens, I've also just come up with a new fist technique." Amidst his opponent's fury, his voice carried an extra layer of pride. 10 moves are enough. Seeing himself being looked down upon, he, an arrogant genius among the younger generation, the young man in blue ma, couldn't restrain himself any longer. Veins bulged on his forehead. Lianshan's talent for infuriating others was proving highly effective, driving him further into a frenzy. Immense internal energy enveloped his body, a powerful force that threatened to crush everything around him. Even the solid ground beneath his feet, the arena floor, cracked and shattered into pieces. He took on the ferocious appearance of a wild beast, charging rapidly towards Lianshan. His rage reached its peak, channeling all his inner power into his fist. The brilliant golden light intensified, and his strength increased exponentially. His armored fist closed in on the target, arriving in front of his opponent in a flash. But his opponent didn't even flinch, simply raising his hand, forming a shield to block the attack. The two energies collided, creating a deafening explosion. A fierce gale whipped up, forming a whirlwind that gradually dissipated. Upon contact, the two immediately separated. Rocks and dirt, along with a few splashes of water, flew through the air. The young man in white remained calm and composed, unfazed by the gazes of the three elders. And his opponent, he leaped into the air, then landed gracefully on the ground. When the dust settles, he sees Zhang Ryawan standing firm, unyielding on the ground. He looks ethereal, completely unharmed, not a single hair out of place. Seeing him completely unfazed by that attack, his blood starts boiling with rage. The veins on his forehead bulge. His eyes widen in disbelief. Even the Magu Corps leader and Ma Chion are astonished. It's unbelievable that he's completely unscathed by that full-force punch. The city lord and the other two, who were spectating the fight, a hint of a smile appears in the girl's eyes. Her beautiful red lips curl into a slight curve. Meanwhile, Ryawan's handsome face is mostly hidden by his hair, his thin lips pressed tightly together. A cold smile plays on his lips. After a moment, he lifts his head, looking directly into his opponent's eyes. The voice turned cold. 10 moves of Shiho. An incomplete sentence. Before the other guy could even comprehend the words, he reached out and began to channel his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy seeped into every nook and cranny of his body. A faint blue aura began to emanate around him. He returned to his cold, calm demeanor, saying, even if he has superior talent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man in the blue robe heard him muttering something unclear. He became furious, his eyebrows furrowed, veins popping on his forehead, his face filled with rage. The person facing him didn't realize it, but the two elders quickly understood his intentions. Maketsu was astonished. Doesn't he mean? Isn't it 10 moves to defeat the old man he just mentioned? Ma Jin, standing nearby, added, and in just 10 moves, he created a whole new technique. The city lord was the only one who didn't comment, but the amusement in her eyes deepened. Her red lips couldn't help but curve into a wider smile. Without a word, she implicitly agreed with what the father and son of the Ma family had just said, living up to their expectations. Yunsin stood in the center of the arena, his dark hair swaying, as if immersed in a tranquil stream. The surrounding light grew even more intense. Seeing him like this, everyone understood what this meant. He could execute that technique within 10 seconds. At this point, the one hailed as the genius pillar of the Ma family began to vaguely understand. His silence drew Yunsin's attention. To Yunsin's surprise, he declared resolutely, those 10 moves you mentioned, I will give it my all. With that, he began to gather his energy. Streams of golden inner energy begin to radiate around him. The energy grows brighter and more powerful. The young man's blue robes flutter in the wind. He leaps up, assuming a martial arts stance, ready to continue the fight. His eyes radiate determination. All the initial contempt and arrogance have vanished, replaced by seriousness when facing Lion Shin. The spiritual energy around him becomes even more dazzling. It weaves into every part of his body, harmonizing with his fist techniques. Seeing that this guy has started to take the fight seriously, a glint of light appears in Lion Shin's deep black eyes. He thinks to himself, not bad. You weren't shaken by my provocation. Your mind remains steadfast, and that powerful surge of true energy. He stands there calmly, observing the young man opposite him, who is channeling all his spiritual energy into his 2 fists. He can't help but praise him inwardly. You must have mastered external techniques. A master devotedly imparts his martial arts. Yom Shin carefully observes the young man who is intensely determined to defeat him. He encourages his opponent again. Although I said fist techniques, you can use palm techniques at any time. As he speaks, a smile spreads across his face. Don't hold back. Give it your all. You're capable of much more. These words reach the other man's ears, but he interprets them as intentional disrespect. His face darkens, looking incredibly unpleasant. He laughs out of anger. He gathers his strength. The figure in the blue Taoist robe leaps up, darting forward. The spot where he stood before now forms a small puddle. His fist, imbued with powerful energy, flies towards Yom Shin. Gales of wind rise around the two of them, but he doesn't even flinch. The opponent attacks. He immediately responds, opening his hand and then clenching it into a fist. At the same time, he uses the ground as leverage with his toes, twisting his entire body towards his opponent. Devil's Aura Field. Yunwoo's set of techniques begins to take shape. From this moment on, he no longer dodges or defends like before, but instead directly confronts his opponent's punches. As soon as their fists collide, he immediately feels a terrifying surge of power from him. This guy, his power is formidable. Before he can even recover, the white figure takes a step back. His foot stomps hard on the ground. Immediately after, Yunwoo leaps high into the air. A stream of spiritual energy, like warm water, surrounds him. He wears a confident smile. With unwavering eyes, he charges straight ahead. This action makes Captain Ma, who is observing, a bit startled. He observed the fight again. Now, he was on the offensive, unleashing a series of attacks on his opponent. Each punch carried a fierce surge of power. The young man's force seemed to have reached a new level. Janssen also became more serious, his eyes filled with determination. First demonic strike. The first technique was unleash. A fist accompanied by a raging whirlwind struck directly at the opponent. Upon receiving this wave of attack, he could only raise his arms to defend his chest. Even so, he still felt an enormous pressure bearing down. Just as he was focused on blocking the blow, Janssen unexpectedly unleashed a second punch to his chest. The punch caused his solid physique to be pushed back. Not stopping there, he raised his fist again. The spiritual energy continued to surge relentlessly. The more he watched, the more astonished he became, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Did he draw inspiration from the combined flower fist technique I just demonstrated? Over here, his opponent struggled to block each attack. While terrified, gradually realizing something was different about those moves, he gritted his teeth, feeling the power of each punch, as if delivered by a god, growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he panicked. It's getting stronger. He was the favored prodigy of his clan, the genius grandchild among the Ma family descendants. But compared to him now, he was becoming weaker, unable to resist. He glanced towards his family elders. Suddenly, his heart was filled with even greater fear. Over here, the Ma family head, Ma Liani, watched the two on the stage. The old man remained focused, showing no emotion. Even Ma Jun maintained his arms-crossed posture, continuing to observe. Look closely into their eyes. They're both intently focused on Zhang Ryanson. Suddenly, he feels indignant. A wave of resentment surges within him. He grinds his teeth as if he's about to shatter his jaw. Perhaps he doesn't want to disappoint the master. The burning rage becomes the driving force that helps him stand up straight. The spiritual energy around him intensifies even further. He pours all his strength into his hands. Ryanson notices it too, but he doesn't show any fear or provocation. Instead, he chooses to praise and encourage his opponent. Good. Show me your true power. Hearing him, he thinks Ryanson is mocking him. His rage flares up again. His face darkens. A palm strike, carrying a powerful surge of true energy, rushes forward. You dare yell. You've got some nerve. As it approaches, the palm strike transforms into countless hands reaching out to grab. Ryanson, he swiftly spins his body. Continue driving your force down to the ground. The white robe he wears moves with each motion. Not dodging, not blocking. He throws a direct punch, straight at those palm strikes. The three blows of the demon palm are unleashed. The moment his fist connects with the opponent's hand, his powerful inner energy immediately deflects the opponent's palm power. A sharp pain shoots from his hand to his brain. Before he can react, Ryu Shin has already closed in, landing a punch on his shoulder, sending him flying back. The young man in the blue robe with a ponytail only feels a powerful force crashing into his body. The pain from his arm spreading throughout his body. He lets out a cry of pain. Ryu Shin furrows his brow, his face becoming serious, his eyes sharp and focused. Right then, he gathers his energy into his other hand, preparing to deliver another fatal blow. The other guy, sensing the intense killing intent, reacted instantly to the overwhelming aura. But he didn't throw another punch. Instead, his hand at his waist gathered inner energy. It transformed into a palm strike, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. A faint, fleeting smile crossed his face. My palm techniques just got a whole lot more interesting. Yun-Sin gave a cold smile. Before the astonished gazes of the three elders, he entered the royal city. His eyes grew even sharper, colder. His hand carried a massive amount of true energy. An even more powerful light struck. Before he was struck by the palm, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You country bumpkin!" Immediately after, a powerful palm force struck him directly in the chest, sending him flying backwards. Jama Juguk, Devil's Thrust, instantly taking down the arrogant kid from the Ma family. The match is over, but the light of the spiritual energy hasn't faded. The Ma father and son are still stunned. The city lord seems to have foreseen this outcome. She smiles contentedly, closing her eyes to avoid the dazzling light. On the stage, Yun-Sin is still holding his hand high. The light and spiritual power on his hand haven't ceased. His opponent has been beaten to his knees, clutching his chest tightly. The pain intensifies. He feels all the strength in his body, completely drained away. Although he desperately wants to stand up and continue fighting, his limbs tremble, aching, and he coughs violently. His face is pale, and suddenly, everything goes black. Startled, he looks up. Before him, Jong Yun-sin stands tall. His scholar's body may seem frail, but it's anything but, not like his appearance. He stands there, blocking out the light. Light emanates. He looks calm, as if he hasn't even been in a fight. His handsome face is expressionless, still looking at him pallidly. His eyes are calm, still as water. Eerily calm. He'd rather the guy said something to provoke or taunt him, but this expression, it's even more unsettling for the competitive young man. His face starts to darken, as if he swallowed a fly. His thick eyebrows furrow. His gaze towards him becomes even more fierce. The entire arena falls silent, a heavy atmosphere settling in. Captain Ma-chun looks at the white-clad back of the young man, his eyes serious. The fist technique gets stronger and stronger. Ma Lianji is also still in shock, looking at him with astonishment. He shares the same thoughts as his son. Unbelievable. Both of them share the same thought. In such a short time, he had created a completely new martial art. And looking back at Yankian standing on the stage, there wasn't a hint of arrogance. The young man's back stood straight, gradually retracting his strength. The green strands of true energy slowly dissipated, until the green specks of spiritual energy completely vanished. He slowly opened his eyes. Bringing his hands before him, he gazed at his calloused hands and sighed inwardly. Finally, I've created my own ultimate technique. Looking down below, at the arena of Ifwang Fortress, the fortress lord had used a special type of stone, and now, the ground reflected the young man's silhouette. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the fortress lord stepped forward. Her clear voice broke the silence. We have witnessed an incredibly rare sight. She looked at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. She applauds the sight of someone creating a new martial art. Yun-sin modestly turns around and replies, I'm ashamed. I've offended your eyes. Seeing him victorious, but not arrogant, the city lord is even more pleased. Don't say that. After a moment, she looks directly at him. Have you named it yet? Hearing her question, he seriously answers, Suwamu Gukguan, Waterflower Infinite Fist. The name sounds both elegant and deeply reflects Jong Yun-sin's character. Her red lips curve into a smile. A fist technique with the endless power of flowing water. A great name, the city lord exclaims. After she finishes talking with him, the next person is Ma Jin. He steps beside him. Well done, and congratulations. You've created a truly amazing fist technique. Receiving praise from everyone, Yun-sin smiles. But Yankian showed no sign of arrogance or pride. He still looked at his calloused hands. I've only sketched out a rough idea. The techniques are not yet perfected. When using the palm techniques, I still have to rely entirely on the Magwangi. He spoke in a low voice, full of contemplation. But Ma Chion didn't think so. He looked pleased, appreciative of the young man's humility. The long scar on his face also relaxed. That alone was enough to make many other Baekyu wary. Then, to Yankian's surprise, he continued with sincere words from the bottom of his heart. I've tried to suppress my surprise, but your growth rate is truly... Despite receiving praise from the captain, Yankian wasn't happy. His thin lips were pressed tightly together. He stood before everyone, and after a moment of silence, suddenly said, We must be faster. The sudden, out-of-the-blue statement silenced everyone. They looked at him with confused, questioning eyes. The head of the Ma family finally came to his senses. His age-spotted face seemed to wrinkle even more. His eyes became cloudier, and after a long pause, he hesitantly spoke. The old man summoned all his remaining strength and stepped forward to face Jong Ryan-sin. Looking at his grandson, he said emotionally, What must I do for you to forgive me? Ma Jin couldn't believe his ears when he heard his father speak. He was a proud man, and the only person he respected was the city lord. And now, he was bowing his head and begging him. Even the young boy he had brought along was utterly astonished. He stared at his master with wide eyes. Even Jong Ryan-sin was surprised, unable to believe that he could utter such words. He fell silent. He didn't understand what his grandfather meant. At this moment, Ma Ryan-suk was crushing his opponent's head with his hand. The man, under immense pressure, was in agonizing pain, his eyes rolling back. He channeled his power into Wang Xiang Jaesiak, a master, revered by the world as the supreme god, the one who held the lives of countless people in his hands. Upon sensing his aura, He looked truly terrifying. A stream of blue light appeared. His eyes turned blood red, emitting a brilliant light. The men he attacked were in excruciating pain, screaming miserably, looking utterly haggard. Ma Ryan-suk widened his eyes and exclaimed, "To think that." He stood before Jong Ryan-sin, who was slightly puzzled, wondering, why would such a powerful being bow before me? He then looked up at Ma Ryan-suk. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Ma Ryan-suk's group stands facing Jong Ryan-sin. In the distance, a person crawls on the ground. The old man clears his throat and speaks. Maternal grandfather's actions truly weigh heavily on this lowly one's heart, like a towering mountain. Jong Ryan-sin replies, "The years have passed. How can they be reversed and returned to this lowly one? Those on your mother's side are no different from those who build with mere water and yet contend for dominance." Hearing him speak like this, the old man stares at him, wide-eyed. Ma Ryan-suk also stares at him with wide eyes. He continues, "Right now in my eyes, Ma Gwangik is family." Ma Ryan-suk frowns and says, "Can't feelings be nurtured over time?" He replies sternly, his tone resolute, "For me, I don't even have enough time to practice martial arts." Hearing this, the old man frowns, speechless. The young man with black hair, seeing everyone talking, he frowned and said, "Furthermore, I won the duel that your stubborn grandson insisted on challenging me to." Jong Ryan-kian stood there and said, "Therefore, please respect me as a martial artist." The city lord, standing nearby, heard this and spoke up, "As the victor, you must handle everything clearly, Marianjiak." When they heard her say that, everyone turned to look. The city lord raised her hand and continued, "I will teach Samayo the martial arts techniques that are appropriate when the time comes. In addition, Samayo is allowed to make one request of the Nap Huang Ma family." Jong Ryan-kian, upon hearing her say that, became suspicious and glared at her. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Jong Ryan-kian replied, "That is, I will relay the message to the Grand Master when I see fit." Seeing his determination, she was startled. After he spoke, he turned and walked away. He turned around to go. Seeing this, Ma Jin looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Are you treating me like a messenger boy?" Jong Ryan-sin, sword in hand, walked down the stairs behind him. Ma Jin followed. Ma Jin inquired about his plans. He looked at him and said, "I have a mission that would be useful to you." Hearing this, Jong Ryan-sin frowned and glanced at him. Meanwhile, in Xi'an, a view of houses appeared. Green trees dotted the surroundings. The market was bustling with activity. Someone was working hard on this side. Ma Jin's group also arrived. Everyone was constantly looking around. His expression was very serious. "It looks quite formidable indeed." Jong Ryan-kian pondered deeply about the purple crystal pill of Sao. Ma Jin suddenly stopped and looked at it. Then he stated firmly, "Yes." He said to him, "It is the elixir of the Manhwa sect, considered a priceless treasure by the Jianghu." The image of a purple pill appeared, and Ma Jin continued, "The Manhwa sect lost this treasure, causing countless sects and martial artists to engage in a fierce struggle for it. The purple crystal pill, a mystical purple pill, appeared. Around it, a crowd of people looked at the pill with greed. Jong Ryan-kian furrowed his brow, his expression filled with curiosity. He thought to himself, it must have been a chaotic scene, with martial artists fighting everywhere. Indeed, an image of an ancient temple appeared. Ma Jin then said, "We will accompany the Mount Hua sect in their search for the purple crystal pill. Actually, it would be more accurate to say we will compete for it. But the main goal is to minimize casualties," he replied, "because it involves a major dispute. This will surely be an opportunity for you to practice your swordsmanship in real combat." He sighed and replied, "That's right." Ma Jin looked at Jong Ryan-sin and continued, "This is definitely a mission that will benefit you, because you'll have the opportunity to fight to your heart's content with countless renowned martial artists." Seeing him say that, he looked at him with a questioning gaze. He glanced at him and thought to himself, "With your exceptional talent, I believe you will achieve results far beyond what ordinary training can provide." Haiyan One-song stepped forward and lamented, "What a pity!" He then cried, saying, "In order to conceal IB Huangsong's assistance, the Wasan sex people cannot wear the battle robes of IB Huangsong." Seeing this, Ma Chion turned around and laughed heartily. While walking down the road, suddenly, Ma Chion's group encountered Ma Gwangik's group. Ma Gwangik, with a scowling face, looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. Ma Qion was also very surprised. What a small world, to meet unexpectedly like this. He suddenly stopped and greeted them. The master who entered the imperial city has arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Han Yongsong frowned and widened her eyes, carefully observing the opponent. He quickly recognized and thought to himself. The Manhwa sect, the image of a flower on Ma Guangxic's clothes, clearly revealed his identity at this time. Looking at Ma Qion, he growled, Ma Guangxic, he probably thinks people don't know who he is, so he has to introduce himself. Seeing this, Ma Qion also clasped his hands in return. He said, Chanja Jinin. Zhang Yanqian's face turned serious, his sharp eyes assessing the opponent. He looked at him, thinking to himself, if he truly is Chanja Jinin, then that's the leader of the Plum Blossom Swordsmen, a truly peerless master. Then, the two groups who clearly disliked each other passed by. Zhang Yanqian monologued internally. To stand on equal footing with that person, the Black Demon has personally stepped forward. This feeling, it's just like the first time I faced the demon. Suddenly, Beck Mirio spoke up. Ilian Geometry Ma, one-linked sword demon, and Chong Maing raised his hand and said, Chongan Majum, blue-eyed demon sword. Seeing this, Ma Guangxu cleared his throat sarcastically. Well, all familiar faces. I doubt any introductions are necessary. The sword techniques we've exchanged before speak for themselves. Zhang Yanqian then turned to Chong Maing and said, a demonic sword? He then looked towards the other group. Leader Ma Guangxic, that group is causing a commotion. Yu Haiyan in the group covered her mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Ryan gasped in surprise. Then the two groups passed each other. As he walked, he said, now I have clearly shown the intentions of Ifwang Fortress. When faced with this, Zhang Ryan heard this and asked, Ma Qion also turned around, looking confused. He glanced back and said, even Ma Guangxic has to personally lead all his disciples. He pondered thoughtfully, muttering to himself as he walked. Because of my attire, he doesn't consider me a white-clad, official martial artist of Ifwang Fortress, but just a mere disciple. Right? Seeing this, Ma Jin glanced over and said, that. Ma Guangxic remained silent. He raised his sword in front of Ma Jin, as if to block him. Seeing this, Ma Jin froze. Zhang Ryanshin frowned at the sight. He spoke up, somewhat displeased. The one called the disciple who entered Wang Xiao doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. He looked up, his voice full of challenge. Or let him exchange a few blows with a disciple of our sect leader. As a bit of amusement, it would surely be a small, entertaining event. Ma Jin wasn't afraid. He calmly replied, are you trying to demoralize me? He observed Ma Guangxic's group quietly calculate. Because the situation might lead to a joint effort, it's inconvenient for the top-tier masters to clash swords. So, they want the future generation of the sects to determine who's superior. Suddenly, Ma Jin turned to look at Zhang Ryanshin. He was quite surprised to see the old man looking at it, seemingly understanding. He closed his eyes and put down the basket on his shoulder. Ma Jin smiled triumphantly. He turned to look at Ma Guangil's group. Uncle Master is giving me another troublesome task. Yu Haiyan, standing to the side, turned and glanced over. His voice filled with confidence, he said, would 5 moves be enough? Ma Guangxic, rather arrogant, replied, there will surely be something worth learning. Fight with all your might. Zhang Yunsen, hearing this, covered his mouth and chuckled. What do you want me to learn? I'm still not quite sure. I heard that Ma Guangxic and Ma Guangzhou's martial arts are based on feeling, right? After speaking, he continued to walk casually. As the group walked away, Zhang Yunsen thought, just how profound are the martial arts of the Manhwa sect? He looked at Yu Haiyan with some doubt. Just 5 moves to determine the victor? The arrogant man stroked his chin and said, are you perhaps dissatisfied? Yu Haiyan placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, forgive me, I didn't mean any disrespect. It's just that this morning's sword practice left me exhausted. The words just slipped out unintentionally. He continued arrogantly, this must be Yu Haiyan of the Manhwa sect? Zhang Yunsen, hearing this, wasn't afraid at all. He looked directly at his opponent, a provocative expression on his face. Haiyan One Sang, his face filled with worry, spoke up, if it really is Yu Haiyan, isn't he the hidden dragon of Manhwa? Rumor has it he's a peerless genius, a disciple of the Manhwa sect's leader. Beck Mirio crossed her arms, her face serious, and added, people say, he's considered the future of Manhwa. It's also said that He has embarked on the path of cultivating the purple cloud divine art. The young man in yellow looked at her blankly. Haiyan One Sang suddenly thought, someone like that is going to fight him? Zhang Ryanshan, carrying his bundle, walks with great dignity. Yu Haiyan, still standing tall, looks at him. He looks rather cocky. Zhang Ryanshan cracks his knuckles in preparation. While cracking his knuckles, he turns to Yu Haiyan, giving him a provocative look. He introduces himself, Zhang Ryanshan. The atmosphere is incredibly tense. Everyone is standing around. Zhang Ryanshan and Yu Haiyan. Everyone forms a circle, waiting to see a good show. He arrogantly says to him, I am Yu Haiyan of the Manhwa sect. He just glances at him and emphasizes once again, Zhang Ryanshan. He smirks. His eyes are now full of murderous intent. He seems like a different person. The two quickly engage in battle. Zhang Ryanshan uses the power of floating dark fragrance. He moves quite swiftly. Zhang Riyang's eyes now glowed red. Meanwhile, Yu Haiyan remained still. He created a blinding burst of light. Zhang Riyang reached behind him. He thought to himself, could this be the Manbyanjijin, all-encompassing reflection, magic weapon? Instantly, he thrust both hands forward. He scanned his surroundings. His eyes displayed a clear look of suspicion. He observed every move of his opponent. Yu Haiyan, not backing down, used his spiral power, the first form of the timeless infinite mystery. His power is blue. Now, the two charge at each other. Suddenly, Zhang Riyang's eyes widen. It seems he's discovered something. Zhang Riyang rushes towards Yu Haiyan. He exclaims, what kind of power is this? He stares directly at Yu Haiyan. Yu Haiyan isn't about to just stand there and take. He suddenly jumps up, stomping his foot on the ground. Two tremendous forces collide, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks. He immediately unleashes his second technique, Jinbiik, Fortress Wall. Meanwhile, Zhang Ryanshan observes and prepares to attack. The atmosphere becomes incredibly tense. With incredible agility, Zhang Ryanshan throws a punch straight at Yu Haiyan. His punch creates a blinding blue light. He seems quite surprised by this power. Yu Haiyan uses Byamri Yongjang, Falling Flower Palm, to defend. He grinds his teeth, struggling to resist. Plum Blossom Fallen Petal Sword, the renowned martial art of the Manhwa sect. It seems sufficient as a foundation to give birth to. The third form of the timeless infinite fist. Zhang Ryanshan observed the situation. After a moment, he frowned and said, it should probably be drawn out a bit longer. I want to elevate it to 10 perfect moves. Yu Haiyan also seemed quite surprised by his power. He grimaced and shielded himself with his hand. Zhang Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately charged towards Yu Haiyan. He ran forward, raising his fist. Ma Guanggikju and Ma Jin were also quite surprised to see this. Everyone anxiously awaited the outcome. Zhang Ryan threw his punch, causing the space in front of him to explode. His power was so intense that Yu Haiyan was sent flying into the air. Flames seemed to engulf him. At this moment, Yu Haiyan was writhing in pain in the air. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in a scream. Yu Haiyan tumbled through the air, looking quite pathetic. Ma Guanggik couldn't believe his eyes. He broke out in a cold sweat, consumed by anxiety. His underlings were equally stunned, their jaws dropping. Yu Haiyan crashed to the ground. Zhang Ryan stood tall and proud. He looked down, his hands slowly retracting their power. He thought that the last attack was probably enough to perfect the third technique, the third form of the infinite time transformation. I'll name it Flower Fist. Zhang Ryan became pensive, staring at his hand. While looking, he glanced at the people around him. Zhang Ryan noticed that all eyes were on him. He was a little confused, not understanding why. Everyone was gaping, whispering among themselves. WH, what's going on? Wasn't that just the third technique? How could someone from Mount Hua have such talent? The dark glow leader, Ma Guanggikju, his face darkened with a curious expression. Who on earth is that young man? Someone ordered. Bring him here. Suddenly, a powerful young man in white, from Ma Guang's group, obeyed the order and stepped forward. Then, he hoisted Yu Haiyan over his shoulder and quickly carried him away. Ma Guanggikju looked at Macken's group. With eyes as sharp as knives, he said, the Wagyong entry to the Imperial City is raising a dragon in the shadows. How long do you intend to keep suppressing the martial world? Macken, hearing this, turned and replied, what great ambition! With a triumphant look on his face, he continued, but if the common people aren't disturbed, the entry to the Imperial City won't be easily shaken. Ma Guanggikju frowned, glanced over, and said, the reason sounds legitimate, But in reality, it's no different. Then he turned to look at him and asked, "Are you the Geocrian god?" He saw this and replied, "Yes." Ma Guang Ikchu frowned, praising, "That is truly a marvelous martial art." He recalled the recent fight. At first glance, it resembled the Biprak Anjang, Buddhist spear technique. But that's impossible. How could you be connected to the martial arts of the Manhwa sect? I never knew that such a martial art existed in this world. Ma Guang glanced over at Ryuyan, who was sitting in pain on the other side. He cleared his throat, blaming himself. Surely, that has become a valuable lesson for the disciple. The lazy head disciple. He looked at him, continuing his recruitment pitch. "If one day you are forced to leave Ifwang Fortress, my master, Ma Guang says, remember that Mount Hua will welcome you as an honored guest." Ma Jin's group, seeing this, looked at each other with puzzled expressions. With a stern face, he reminded Jiamul, "You've crossed the line." He immediately raised his hand, interrupting the sentence. Ma Guang, the leader, frowned and continued, "I admit my greed has overtaken my reason. My reason has been somewhat shaken." Zhang Ryanson listened intently. He continued to entice him, saying, "But before me appears such an exceptional talent, capable of shaking the entire world." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at him, and couldn't help but marvel. Truly astonishing. Ma Jin's group, upon hearing this, all showed signs of displeasure. Han Yuan, Chang angrily gritted his teeth. Baek Mirayo spoke up indignantly. "It seems you can hardly hold on any longer." Seeing the internal discord stirred up by the opponent, Zhang Ryanshin closed his eyes. He clenched his fists, thinking, with that move just now, I've used up almost all of my inner chi. Shihua Wuji Quan, time-based infinite fist, utilizes power generation from any posture, but the amount of internal energy consumed is also a significant burden. Perhaps in actual combat right now, I should stick to using a sword to be safe. After a while of traveling, Maison's group arrived at the inn. By now, everyone had gone inside to rest. Chang Buying was sprawled out on the bed, while Zhang Ryanshin and Baek Mirayo looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Chang Buying, with a thoughtful expression, said, "You should quickly open your middle dantian." He advised, when your internal energy is still weak, you should at least replenish your physical strength completely. Seeing this, Zhang Ryanshin turned and asked, "Did you just mention the middle dantian?" She also spoke up. "It seems you're unaware of the middle dantian's function." Baek Mirayo continued, "It brings effects that even the upper dantian, the place that houses spiritual energy, cannot match. Your internal energy will become much more solid." Zhang Ryankian, hearing Baek Mirayo say this, asked, "What do you mean by internal energy becoming more solid?" She crossed her arms and replied, "It means your efficiency will be improved. Have you ever heard stories of masters who fought for 7 days and nights without tiring?" He nodded, listening intently. "Yes," Baek Mirayo recalled, and then continued, "They are all people who have trained their middle dantian." An image of a man sitting in meditation appeared. She further explained, "When the flow of true qi becomes stable, even powerful techniques can be used repeatedly without exhaustion. Even if you take a powerful blow, the flow of internal energy will hardly be interrupted." The image of the two people's battle intensifies. Zhang Ryankian, hearing this, looked at Baek Myongri in confusion. She then looked towards Chang Mying and said that was also the reason why Chang Mying was strong enough to face the Namgung first sword. Jiang Nianjin was lost in thought. He thought of something. A moment later, he looked at Baek Myongri and asked, "The middle dantian, how do you open it?" She quickly replied, "If you persistently train the lower dantian for a long time, it will open automatically. It's best to focus on circulating your energy and regulating your breath around your upper body." He furrowed his brow, his face becoming tense, and looked up, asking, "Isn't there a faster way, sister?" Hearing him call her that, she blushed in surprise. Her eyes clearly showed her delight. She murmured, "Sister." Jiang Nianjin, with his 12 lifetimes of experience, couldn't understand the thoughts of a girl. So, he just stared with wide eyes, a look of confusion on his face. In the noisy and bustling atmosphere of the inn, the chatter suddenly became even more lively, drawing everyone's attention. A deep voice resonated through the crowd. "You say it was the Dogui, Ghost Path?" Baek Mirayo was also stunned and observed. She glanced at the person across from her. Meijin was sitting at the center of the table, recounting the story with great enthusiasm. "Yes, the culprit is the Dogui. He is a notorious bandit from north of the Yangtze River. The crowd listened in silence. Only the steady breathing of Ma Jin could be heard as he closed his eyes, lost in distant memories. Is he the one who stole your martial arts manual? This is no joke. Hien Wonsu turned to Baek Mirayo and asked, the one whose martial arts manual was stolen? She glared, sighed, and looked slightly annoyed. Ma Jin crossed his arms and continued, from now on, we will take turns, destroying the strongholds of the dark sects in Shaanxi that are connected to the evil cult. Hien Wenchong clenched his fist on the table and asked anxiously, in the meantime, what will the Manhwa sect do? He slowly explained, while we create a diversion, they will secretly infiltrate and investigate the sect's internal affairs. His eyes widened, and he let out a small ah. The atmosphere in the inn seemed to settle, but curiosity piqued. Zhang Ryanson, with a calm demeanor that couldn't quite hide his interest, leaned in and asked, is there a legitimate reason to wipe out the dark sects? Chalmai, the one who had maintained a mischievous smile from the beginning, chuckled softly and turned to tease. It seems you don't quite understand the dark side of the martial world. He explained clearly, they are illegal tax collectors, operating without the court's permission. For the imperial court, distinguishing between the righteous and the evil sects is simple. Do the people donate willingly, or are they forced at the point of a blade? The statement caused a stir among the crowd. Ma Jin smirked slightly and chimed in. They are parasites that plague this country. Even if we eradicate them, new ones will just band together, so we're forced to let them be. There's no need for any reason to destroy them. The discussion in the inn grew even more lively. Someone from the crowd spoke up, a hint of curiosity in their voice. How many gangs are we targeting? Ma Jin nodded slightly, calmly replying, 5 for now. I'll be in charge of. Zhang Ryanshin remained aloof. Report, I also want to act alone. His sharp gaze made some people instinctively fall silent. Ma Jin slightly frowned, looking at him meaningfully. Then he spoke, advising, you want to take all the credit yourself? That will be very dangerous. Zhang Ryankian didn't hesitate. His determined face shone. With unshakable confidence and resolve, he replied decisively, I will bear the burden. Ma Jin glanced at him, his eyes holding a serious expression. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying the sharpness of a seasoned veteran. Dealing with an entire gang is a completely different matter. In a battle against a whole gang, there are many variables. It cannot be compared to a one-on-one duel. But he remained steadfast in his determination, replying, that is also something I must experience. Ma Jin, hearing Zhang Ryankian's resolute answer, closed his eyes slightly as if in thought. Silence filled the air. The atmosphere in the inn became stifling. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his every move. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table. The sound echoed throughout the room. His powerful voice rang out. All right, I will assign the tasks now. He stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone. Finally, his eyes landed on Zhang Ryanki. Cheon-yi, your target is the Tanglang Pai in Yonho County. Hearing this, Seo-on, look up and listen carefully to every word. He focused intensely. Ma Cheon crossed his arms, his voice calm but full of authority. As far as I know, they are a gang of scoundrels who even dare to kidnap women. His words made the air freeze. Some of those around him shuddered. Ma Cheon's gaze became as sharp as a razor. His voice boomed like a command to attack. Mission, single-handedly eliminate the entire sect. Wipe them out. Zhang Ryanson quickly left the inn, heading straight toward Seonan. The scene before him was magnificent and wild. Endless, overlapping mountain ranges, covered by lush, layered forests. At the foot of the mountain, the winding, treacherous path led up to the peak. Each of his steps carried a determined spirit. Without slowing down, not even for a beat, the young man behind him kept observing his demeanor. Unable to contain himself any longer, he asked, are you going alone? He slowly turned his head, saw the worried look on the young man's face, and advised, maybe you should reconsider? The Tanglang Pai, praying mantis style, are not to be trifled with. But Zhang Ryanshin, paid no heed and continued to resolutely move forward. The young man ran after him, trying to stop him. There are 10 of them who have mastered high-level martial arts. Just one of their underlings is strong enough to wipe out the entire Yonho district. He stopped, his eyes widening as he asked, is there anything else about the Tanglang Pai that you want to tell me? The young man was terrified, his voice trembling as he recounted the events of 3 years ago. They pacified the Yonho district before coming here. More than 10 people have already been taken away as slaves. They are ruthless, and it seems they've bribed the county magistrate. His footsteps faltered for a moment. John Ryanson asked coldly, "Has anyone witnessed their martial arts?" The other person answered while carefully observing his reaction. "I heard they use all kinds of weapons." Looking at the towering mountain ahead, he added fearfully, "I've also seen them from afar a few times. Not just swords and spears, but also strange, curved blades, so fast that the naked eye can hardly follow. Just one slash took the lives of 2 people." Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Although they haven't received formal martial arts training, it seems they have practiced some form of martial arts. John Ryanson stopped, turning slightly. His stern gaze fell upon the young man standing nearby. He asked, his voice calm, but filled with curiosity, "Is anyone still being held captive? What are the officials doing?" The young man startled slightly, but quickly regained his composure. It seemed he was used to telling this story. His face carried a hint of bitterness, and he slowly replied, "The county magistrate and the Tang clan are in cahoots, so there's no one to help." His words were like a cold, sharp knife, piercing the air, revealing a cruel truth. Upon hearing this, John Ryanson, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed he had begun to understand the grim picture of this land, but instead of saying more, he chose to remain silent. His face was calm, showing no emotion. Only his deep eyes shone with determination, as if silently vowing that he would change the fate of the people here. Finally, John Ryanson arrived in Yonho County, a small town nestled at the foot of a mountain. It has cobblestone streets and crooked houses with tiled roofs. The air is incredibly oppressive, as if weighed down by an invisible pressure. Ahead, a crowd is gathering. Everyone's eyes are focused on a street corner. There, some aggressive thugs are openly kidnapping a group of women. In broad daylight, barbaric laughter rings out. The women struggle in desperation, their eyes filled with terror, begging the surrounding crowd for help. But no one dares to step forward. The villagers stand at a distance, their faces pale. John Ryanson glares at them with eyes as sharp as knives. He speaks sarcastically. "This is certainly a fitting place to start a career in the imperial city." The long-haired guy and the bald guy turn around at his words. He calmly walks up to them. "Let me ask again to be sure, are you soldiers?" John Ryanson's cold gaze swept over the thugs. His voice, calm yet commanding, resonated. "And those tied up are criminals, right?" The bald leader didn't answer, but instead let out a sinister laugh. He picked up a small knife, and without hesitation, ruthlessly swung it towards him. But to John Ryanson, the man's movements were as clumsy as a blind cat trying to catch a fried fish. He effortlessly sidestepped, a graceful and decisive move. The knife only sliced through the air, causing no harm whatsoever. In a flash, John Ryanson's hand, swift as lightning, snatched the small knife, not giving the bald man a chance to react. He immediately counterattacked with the knife. With lightning-fast speed, Magwangil, speed form, the knife flew, whistling through the air, straight towards the leader. The bald man couldn't dodge in time. He screamed a blood-curdling scream. The knife lodged straight in his forehead, finishing him instantly. He collapsed to the ground, eyes rolled back, dying with his eyes wide open. He didn't even have time to understand what had just happened. His gang members were utterly terrified. Eyes wide, mouths agape, they stood there, frozen like statues. Nobody dared to utter a word. The other long-haired guy, even though he had just witnessed his comrade's death, they still wouldn't let it go. Glaring angrily at John Ryanson, he shook his head, his voice dripping with contempt. "This kid's got some skills. Which martial arts school did you train at? That's a strange throwing stance. Did you even learn properly?" John Ryanson glared at them, not bothering to answer. Just then, another member of the group, more aggressive, drew a sword from his waist, took a step forward, his voice full of provocation. "You're pretty fast. What was that martial art just now?" John Ryanson maintained his cold expression, showing no sign of hesitation. The young man slowly drew the sword at his side. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp glint, slowly turning to look at his opponent. He replied calmly, "Just a nameless, trivial trick." The other man, his eyes gleaming with greed, spoke up, "This sword, if offered to the sect leader." But before he could finish, John Ryanson made his move. A flash of white light from his sword, drawing a sharp, bright streak, slashed across the man's body. The blade cut through his body as smoothly as slicing a ripe avocado. He had no time to react before his body was split in two, collapsing to the ground in a pool of crimson blood. The remaining people stared at the horrifying scene, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Everything happened so fast. It was so sudden they couldn't react in time. Fear surged through them. Jong Ryanson turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining men. Not giving them a moment to recover, Jong Ryanson roared, "Demon Light Arts, Speed Sword Style," and charged into the crowd. Instantly, a blinding streak of sword light ripped through the air. It whizzed through the thugs like a whirlwind. Each strike was lightning fast, powerful as a thunderbolt, leaving no one time to react. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, they fell to the ground, their bodies battered, sprawled on the ground, unable to even twitch. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. Zhang Tui stood amidst the thugs he had defeated. The scene unfolded so quickly and fiercely that the surrounding people were utterly stunned. All eyes were on Zhang Tui. They stared at him, wide-eyed, as if he were a triumphant war god. No one dared to move. The air was thick with tension, as if time had stopped. At this moment, the innocent civilians finally came to their senses. They rushed to their loved ones. Cries of "husband" and "my dear" echoed everywhere. Sounds of gratitude filled the silent space, mixed with emotional sobs. Those who were rescued, including kidnapped women and children, their faces beamed with gratitude. They quickly bowed their heads, inclining their bodies towards Zhang Ilian, repeatedly expressing their thanks. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir." The young man, who had followed Zhang Ilian from the beginning of the journey, couldn't hide his astonishment either. His eyes were wide open. Suddenly, Zhang Ilian turned his head and asked, "Where is the Tang clan?" He was momentarily taken aback, stammering, His trembling hand pointed towards the large gate ahead. "There, over there." He followed the direction of the pointing hand, his target and destination now clear in his mind. Without hesitation, he strode forward with purpose, like a predator, advancing directly into the lair of its enemy. The surrounding crowd remained stunned, overwhelmed by his cold determination. All eyes were on him, but no one dared to stop him. When Zhang Tui stood before the grand gate of the Tang clan, he didn't hesitate for a single second. He raised his leg, delivering a devastating kick. The kick was so powerful it created a tremendous impact. Bam! The massive gate shattered into pieces. A thunderous roar echoed through the silent space. Inside, the members of the Tang clan were caught off guard, staring in panic at the shattered door. They couldn't believe someone dared to barge in here. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, obscuring his figure, but the aura emanating from him was unmistakable, still shining brilliantly through the dense smoke. He calmly held his sword, stepping inside with the presence of a war god. They glared at him fiercely, their eyes filled with hostility. Zhang Ryanjin remained unfazed. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. He stared directly at those who awaited him ahead. A large crowd blocked his path. The intense gaze of the crowd surrounded Zhang Ryanjin. He stood at the center, clad in crimson robes. Then, from the top of the stairs, a figure appeared, radiating confidence. Jean stepped down, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Someone so green dares to kill our disciples?" His expression was stern, his sharp eyes fixed on the old man. He noticed the clothes the mustache man was wearing. Analyzing, he thought, a self-made dragon robe, only for emperors, and he's wearing it? Is he a rebel? The man quickly descended the steps. The mustached man, clad in a dragon robe, sword in hand, said as he walked down, "You dare interfere?" He held the sword at his waist, slowly drawing it from its sheath, his tone arrogant as he spoke. "It's been a long time. I want to taste the flavor of my blade again." The mustached man's face, after he finished speaking, turned vile, disgusting, and sinister as he looked at him. He continued, "Even if you want to play the hero, why so rashly reveal yourself before my set?" Hearing this, he, without a trace of emotion, coldly asked, "What is your identity?" He didn't expect him to be so calm. In this situation, the mustached man replied, "You're about to die. Why bother asking for my identity?" Zhang Ryan stood tall, standing out from the crowd, and calmly said, "I need to know who the sect leader is, to properly claim the credit." Hearing this, he suddenly broke into a sinister smile, then unexpectedly swung his sword, lunging at lightning speed towards him. The protagonist, in a life-or-death situation, furrowed his brow slightly, looking at him. The swift sword technique, the tip of the sword almost touching him, but he remained calm, observing. His expression unchanging. Zhang Ryan seemed to have seen through everything. Perhaps it was because he had reached a higher realm. The path of the sword has become clear. He easily deflects the mustached man's technique. With a single move, his power sends the man flying backward. The surrounding crowd scatters in fear. The expression on the man's face changes drastically. Cold sweat pours down his face. He stammers. What kind of power is this? His eyes shift from confident to fearful as he looks at him. And at that moment, his cold gaze meets the man's. All the surrounding people simultaneously draw their swords, standing beside the mustached man, realizing the unfavorable situation. Knowing that the mustached man alone cannot defeat him, he suddenly shouts, "Attack!" The whole group quickly receives the order and draws their swords. From the front, a flurry of slashes comes rushing in. From behind as well, they all rush towards him at once. He slashes continuously, gracefully dodging all of those sword strikes. He fluidly defends and attacks his opponents. These goons only have him outnumbered. Their skills are nothing compared to his. The battle is completely one-sided. No matter how intensely they attack, they can't even touch Zhang Ryan's shin. With just a few sharp sword strikes, one by one, they fall. Most of the crowd, nearly 100 people, have been almost completely wiped out. A sword thrusts towards his face, but he still dodges it. Suddenly, something surprises him. His eyes widen as he looks ahead. Golden streaks of light weave through the crowd, heading straight for the mustached man, his sword revealing murderous intent. The remaining men charge fiercely, as before. He dodges all their sword strikes, lightly and gracefully. He gains momentum in this dangerous situation, counterattacking them at the same time. He gets into position, charging forward, following Jim Nogent. He crouches, dodging the blades, running towards Jim Nogent. He glides past each enemy effortlessly, as if they weren't even there. No one can stop him. They quickly realize his intention and immediately use their swords to block his path. He dashes past, swinging his sword, slashing relentlessly, leaping over a group of the mustached man's underlings. He lands gracefully right in front of him. The expression on his face remains unchanged. In contrast, the mustached man's face is pale, staring at him in fear. The mustached man only has time to see, in a flash, that he has taken down the others to stand before him. Behind him are splashes of blood. Some of the remaining men retreat in terror. The mustached man screams in fear. What is going on here? Zhang Tui's sharp gaze pierces him. The mustached man freezes, rooted to the spot, watching him advance towards him. Before an all-out battle, you must first suppress the enemy's morale. His hand tightened around the sword's chain, and he was enveloped in a radiant golden energy. Think of the hand holding the sword as an iron fist. From beneath his feet, a surge of light erupted. He roared second form, Jinbi True Wall. Gripping his sword, he charged towards the mustached man. He leaped and lunged, weapon poised. The man, stunned, froze, and looked up at him from below. Zhang Tui raised his sword high, aiming directly at his opponent, and struck. His eyes rolled back, terrified by the imminent death. The protagonist's sharp sword came crashing down. That slash sliced from the top of his head, splitting the mustached man in two. Even the ground behind him was affected. In that instant, he could only manage a faint ah. His horrified face was split in two. His body collapsed, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining men stared at him in silence. Suddenly he spoke. Today, seen from behind, the youth in the crimson robe boldly continued. I will shatter the Bayan of the Tang Lang Pai. Manhwa refers to a horizontal inscribed board, often found above a door or gate. Zhang Ryan, his face devoid of emotion, turned his head to look at them. The number of people remaining could be counted on one hand. They stammered. Well, what? This madman? One of them yelled in panic. The sword instructor! Quickly, call the sword instructor. He questioned suspiciously. Sword instructor? Could it be? He looked at them with a threatening gaze, asking, Are you talking about the blood fiend sword instructor? Is the blood flame cult behind you? Their faces turned pale, and they looked at him in silent fear. Suddenly he grabbed one of them by the neck, making it hard for him to breathe. He sternly, tightening his grip, growled, Speak! The man's face turned red, veins bulging, he stammered. Why yes it is. That's right. He's currently resting at the villa. The expression on his face suddenly shifted, a confused frown forming. Resting? He thought to himself. If he really is the Blood Fiend's sword master, there's no way he wouldn't have sensed this battle. A sword came flying down from the sky straight towards him. In the middle of his interrogation, the sword attacked. He parried the blow, his other hand still firmly gripping the other man's collar. With one hand, he swiftly blocked the sword, deflecting it straight into the ground. He held his own sword, raising it in front of him, his gaze cold and composed. A figure flashed past him. The figure belonged to a young man who looked incredibly strong. He arrogantly landed right next to the weapon. He grasped the hilt of the sword, effortlessly pulling it out. Seeing his opponent, he carefully raised his sword in a defensive stance. His long red hair flowed in the wind, giving him a graceful appearance. He spoke. Turns out you've got some skills. Holding his sword, he turned back towards him. I didn't expect you to block that. He tried to remain calm, silently observing him with caution. The opponent stood before him and burst into a sinister laugh. A blood slaughter sect sword? He asked doubtfully. A blue-hued warrior? Zhang Ryanqian maintained his cold demeanor, furrowing his brow and replying, "That's right." The long-haired man revealed a puzzled expression, turning back to look at him. He raised his hand, mocking, "Just by killing about 5 blood slaughter sect swordsmen, regardless of age, you'll be recognized as a blue-hued warrior?" He still maintained a calm expression, staring intently at him. The atmosphere became tense. The long-haired man caressed the sharp sword in his hand. He lowered his face, exclaiming, "You're very lucky." Meanwhile, he was brimming with killing intent and said cockily, "Just 3 more to go." The long-haired man furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The two men glared at each other with piercing gazes, ready to pounce on each other. Zhang Ryanjin, losing his patience, stomped his foot on the ground. His power caused the ground beneath to crack and shatter into pieces. A massive explosion roared, illuminating the entire area. The long-haired man, caught off guard, stood frozen. Behind the flames, Zhang Ryanjin emerged. He appeared like a moth to a flame, charging forward amidst his opponent's relentless attacks. The long-haired man parried with his sword. His eyes hardened with resolve. Each strike of his sword was decisive, a silent vow echoing in his heart. This must end here. As he fought, he quickly assessed the situation. This place was the heart of the Dang Rang Pai, praying mantis sect. If the battle dragged on, his chances of victory would diminish. The long-haired man gritted his teeth. His eyes widened in rage. He raised his hand, glowing with purple energy. "Die!" The young man didn't flinch. He gripped his sword tighter. A pure, yet powerful white aura emanated from him. He shouted, "Chanhua Vo, CUC style, spiral." As the words left his lips, the tip of the sword pierced the long-haired man's chest. The man was furious, veins bulging on his face. He gnashed his teeth, coughing. "Cough, cough." He stammered, "You blood." Blood splattered everywhere. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Ryanqian coldly pulled out his sword. He looked at him with a deep, penetrating gaze and decisively said, "I don't have a habit of listening to last words." The man's eyes rolled back, his mouth agape in despair. Zhang Ryanqian acted swiftly. With a single slash of his sword, he severed the man's head. Blood spurted out once more. The long-haired man's head rolled on the ground. His lower body was completely crushed. Red, watermelon-like blood splattered everywhere like rain as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Zhang Ryanqian, looking incredibly cool, stood to the side holding his sword. A smirk played on his lips. His gaze swept over the remaining enemies. Terrified, they backed away, some screaming in panic. "Ah, we're doomed. It's all over." Just then, Zhang Ryanqian's body erupted with a powerful blue light. He coldly addressed the remaining crowd. "Don't even think about escaping." As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes turned terrifying. They felt a chill run down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. The innocent villagers clasped their hands together and respectfully said, "Thank you, great hero. We are grateful." Women, young and old, were all indebted to him. "You've helped us avenge our grievances." The attendant who led him into the village was also moved to tears, crying out, "Young master, we thank you. Not only did you avenge us, but you also saved my daughter's life." His eyes were filled with doubt as he glanced around. The head of the long-haired man was carefully wrapped in a brown cloth. He looked at it and thought to himself, "Xian is originally part of the Central Plains. How could this happen?" The attendant seemed to realize something, his face clearly showing worry. He mustered his courage and asked, "Isn't the Yongwon clan currently in conflict with the Jiamzhong clan?" Hearing this, he was also startled. Images of the various sects flashed through his mind. Yongwon and Jiamzhong, he wondered. The attendant added, that's why recently, the military officials under the Yongwon clan's authority have packed their belongings and gone up to Mount Yongwon. Hearing this, Zhang Ryanson froze, as if he was beginning to understand the situation. The sky outside gradually darkened. He quietly descended the mountain alone. The surrounding space was eerily silent. As he walked, he pondered deeply. If the opponent is the Sword Clan, then the Yeongnam clan will undoubtedly have to risk their lives. The casualties among the masters will not be limited to just one or two. A man holding a lovely child in his arms continued to watch his receding figure. Zhang Ryankian, his face expressionless, looked down at the ground. Amidst the quiet night sky, he decided, I must go to Yeongnam. Carrying his instrument, he strolled along leisurely. Thoughts continued to swirl in his mind. The demonic cult's 13 heavens is a force that proclaims itself the overlord of the evil martial arts world. They will become a target that the imperial court must intervene in with force. Moreover, eliminating a master of the Jiamzhong sect also means achieving a great accomplishment. Therefore, the Magio's doctrine path will surely allow it. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of the forest. A voice echoed from afar. Have you found any traces of the head demon? Intrigued, he strained his ears to listen. From the opposite direction, the sound of running footsteps approached. Among the dense thickets of trees, the sound grew clearer. Magwang, Ikju, and Yohayan were flying through the air at incredible speed, rushing towards the location. Upon arriving, they encountered Zhang Ryan. He stopped and said sarcastically, seems it's not the Tang clan, huh? Zhang Ryan maintained his cold expression and replied, I see. What a pity. Magwang Ikju spoke solemnly. I was very impressed with your martial arts. He recalled their previous fight, endlessly praising him. It was as if he were facing the future Magwang Ikju. Could it be the future leader of the Divine Sword Squad? As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Yu Hyan standing behind him. Perhaps the vision of our sect has been greatly broadened. Yu Hyan scratched his head, shyly turning his face away and replying, looking back, I once said that teaching him 5 moves would be enough. Thinking about it now, it makes me want to bury myself in a hole out of embarrassment. Zheng Lianchen was bewildered after hearing this, completely lost. Suddenly, Lu Xian quietly suggested, would you like to become sworn brothers with me? He added, it seems you're also interested in Mount Hua's martial arts. It's not that far from Hugwang to Shangxi. But Zheng Lianchen remained silent, not answering immediately. The atmosphere became awkward. The two stared at each other, neither saying anything further. After a moment, Zheng Lianchen slowly replied, there's no need to go all the way to Mount Hua. Hearing this, Lu Xian broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in surprise, oh, the young man honestly continued, if you come to me, I won't refuse. He paused for a moment and then stated his condition. But in return, each time you come, bring a new martial arts technique that you've learned. Upon hearing this, his face turned pale and he froze on the spot. Returning to the inn, where his companions were waiting, Zheng Lianchen, with a cold expression, carried his bundle and entered. All eyes turned to him. Chang Ming spoke up, asking, it seems your martial arts have improved even further, haven't they? Beck Mirio slipped out from behind him, anxiously saying, it looks like you've injured your back. I'll apply some medicine for you. Sit down here. Ma Jin folded his arms across his chest and asked loudly, Shani, how did the mission go? Zhang Ryanson didn't answer, slowly placing the bundle on the table. Everyone was surprised, gathering around to look at what had just been placed on the table. What is this? The head of the long-haired man was revealed, covered in blood. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Was the blood flame cult there too? Ma Jin muttered doubtfully. Not just anyone, but a swordsman of the blood slaughter cult. Chang Ming excitedly approached, and even affectionately patted Bo's head, saying, actually what happened in Jinpiang County proved that it wasn't just a coincidence. Ma Jin stroked his chin, thoughtfully added, the blood flame cult's actions, and placing a blood kill cult swordsman in each district. Is it unusual? Beck Miri, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. This is definitely not a normal situation. Ma Jin glanced at the head of the slain man on the table and acknowledged you. Regardless, Shen Yi has achieved a great feat. It's as if events are always following you. He frowned slightly, slowly continuing. Furthermore, your handling of them, while bringing back information and merit, will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the martial world. Zhang Yunxin remained silent. Suddenly, he stared at Ma Jin and said, I have a request. Ma Jin asked curiously. What is it? His eyes filled with determination. He said, I want to go to Mount Yeongnam. The words startled everyone, and they asked in unison, You want to go to Mount Yeongnam? Jong Ryan-shin maintained his firm tone, replying, Yes, I'm worried about my nephew's safety. Ma Jin expressed his sympathy, saying, We just heard the news too. He continued, concerned. But Mount Yeongnam is very dangerous right now. He furrowed his brow, listening intently. Ma Jin explained that the Bipa sword clan is different from the blood cult and cannot be considered a typical evil sect. Baek Mirayo glanced at him and interjected with a few more words. They practice both orthodox martial arts and dark magic, without distinguishing between right and wrong. She stated seriously, Those lunatics only know how to get stronger. They no longer know any limits. Hearing this, Ma Jin nodded in agreement. That's right. He tried to reason. First of all, the mission hasn't been assigned yet. We just need to fulfill our responsibilities, and that's enough. Jong Ryan's expression remained emotionless. Sensing the tension, Chong Mying raised his hand to speak. Can a high-ranking leader assess the situation and assign tasks themselves? At this moment, the atmosphere became silent. Everyone wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. Ma Chun helplessly lowered his head and replied, Let's be frank. He continued, concerned, How can I let you go to Mount Yeongnam without knowing if you'll even be able to return? Jong Ryan was stunned. Excuse me? He continued staring at the young man and stated, Everyone in Ifwangseong is well aware of your qualities, and they can't help but worry about you. Chong Mying earnestly interjected. There's no place where greed cannot reach. I heard that even his own blood relatives are there. And then there's the matter of the Manhwa's supreme sword, who once mentioned hosting honored guests. Baek Mirayo and Hein Yongsong were also surprised to hear this. Only Jong Ryan-sin, our main character, remained calm amidst the turmoil. He slowly spoke, asking, If the great leader cannot distinguish between public and private affairs, then what are we supposed to do? He turned to Ma Jin, questioning him. Is this all the trust I've built in Ma Guangyak? Is that it? He looked down at the severed head and proposed. I've achieved a great feat. Let me go. Please record this as my own accomplishment. Jong Ryawan's eyes were incredibly resolute. Chong Myong smirked, teasing. You've been cornered. Seeing him constantly provoking, Baek Myri couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him in the butt, making him yelp in pain. Ma Jin is a man of his word. He can't say unreasonable things. He stroked his chin, pondering, That's a fair point. It's hard to refuse outright. But Jong Ryawan looked at him with hopeful eyes. Ma Jin clenched his fist and proposed, Try to withstand one strike from me. After hearing this, he kept his expressionless face and just stood there silently. Baek Myri exclaimed in surprise, Master! He smirked and continued, Just one move. If you can neutralize it or dodge it, I'll let you go. As soon as he finished, the whole room fell silent. Baek Mirayo immediately protested. She slammed her hand on the table. No matter what. Before she could finish, Ma Jin coldly spoke. To dominate the martial world, you need corresponding strength. He looked at him with a challenging gaze, reiterating, If you can withstand one move from me, I'll give you another reward. He calmly replied, Understood. Outside the inn, amidst the silent night, everyone had gathered, waiting anxiously below. Magwang Ikju looked at Ma Jin with gratitude, saying, Thank you for allowing him to come. Looking at his disciples, he glanced back and instructed, Remember this well. This is a golden opportunity to witness the techniques of the Magwang master. Yu Haiyan asked, puzzled, Isn't the black color master of Ifwang Fortress said to be on par with Grandmaster? He nodded slightly. That's right, he affirmed emphatically, specifically emphasizing, when it comes to chaotic battles, he is even stronger than I am. The others replied in unison, Yes. At this moment, Ma Jin and Jong Ryan-shin stood facing each other, ready to engage in combat. Magwang Ikju recalled the gruesome deaths and continued speaking to his disciples. Master Magwang's nickname is Nyrak Sao, meaning the absolute ruler. On the battlefield, many elders of renowned sects have become lost souls at his hands, for daring to wear the facade of hypocrisy and evil. He remembered vividly the glorious achievements of Ma Jin in the past. He spoke up, his face serious, adding, Especially when facing a master of such a high level, even the smallest gesture cannot be underestimated, because even within a simple move, lies the essence of a deadly killing technique. Yu Haiyan stood to the side, listening intently. Magwang Ikju, Ma Guang Iju, slowly continued to explain. Unlike us, the martial artists of the 9 sects always strive for the highest realm of swordsmanship. He trains his martial arts rigorously, solely for the purpose of actual combat. He looked towards Ma Jin, carefully instructing his disciple. Even if he were a reincarnated genius, it would be difficult to withstand such a master. Among those of my generation, I doubt anyone would dare to receive a single blow without flinching. No matter what anyone says, our protagonist, Zhang Ryawan, remains unfazed. Suddenly he speaks, suggesting, "Could you give me a moment?" Ma Jin generously replies, "Take all the time you need." He folds his arms across his chest, confidently declaring, "I'll show you an attack that even Baekseek would struggle to withstand. Sharpen your senses as much as you can." Zhang Ryanson now feels a bit apprehensive. He furrows his brow, staring intently at his opponent. He looks him up and down, thinking to himself, in Ifwang Fortress, the number of black-level transcendent masters like him doesn't exceed 30. But there's no need to be overly tense. He closes his eyes tightly, letting out a relieved sigh. I just need to simply display the martial arts that I've diligently practiced for so long. A moment later, Zhang Ryanson tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. His entire body radiated a powerful blue-white energy. His eyes widened, shining brightly and clear. In that instant, the image of Ma Qion became crystal clear. He exclaimed joyfully, "I see it." Zhang Ryan boldly offered, "I'll let you make the first move." Ma Qion was a bit puzzled by this. He remained cold, not taking his eyes off his opponent for a single moment. Without a word, Ma Qion swung his hand forward. A powerful force emanated. But for Zhang Ryan, he had already seen through his opponent's move, so he wasn't the least bit worried. With this kind of palm technique, I fear that even a strong fortress wall could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. I must avoid it. He hesitated, drawing his sword, but then relaxed his hands. Ma Qion stepped back to gain momentum and then charged forward. His eyes were bloodshot. With lightning speed, he attacked head-on. The palm strike ripped through the air, rushing forward fiercely. Zhang Ryan still stood there, a hint of calculation flashing across his face. Ma Qion's palm strike was right in front of him. He calmly kept thinking, "But with the defensive footwork I've painstakingly honed all these years, there's no way I can't dodge this attack." Suddenly, a circle of white light appears above his head. The old man's hand, flickering in and out of sight, rushes towards him with incredible speed. He calmly calculates just one more step. White circles begin to appear around him. He focuses intently, observing his opponent's every move. Ma Jin's eyes are bloodshot, as if sparking with electricity. On his side, Zhang Ryanson's eyes also emit a contrasting blue light. He begins to move, his steps swift and nimble. He gracefully and fluidly dodges. Ma Jin's palm strike is powerful, creating a huge explosion. But Zhang Ryanson remains unfazed. He has escaped danger by a hair's breadth. Witnessing this scene, Baek Mirio's group is stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Magwang Ikju holds his breath, watching, rendered speechless. Ma Jin is also stunned, frozen in place. On the ground, a long crack appears after the explosion. Ma Jin curiously asks, "What kind of footwork was that?" Zhang Ryanson coolly replies, "I simply walked." He explains, "Because I saw the path to survival." He recalls the moment just now. Golden streams of light weaving before his eyes. Then he continues, "I will name it Huan Yk, change of wings." Hearing this, Ma Jin smiles with satisfaction. He is completely convinced and turns to announce, "Allow this humble one to set off for Yunnan."